Everybody's taking, whoops. Okay, we're ready.
The 3:30 p.m. meeting of the Bakersfield City Council is now in session.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to call to order the 3:30 City Council meeting of June 24th, 2026. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Go.
Here.
Vice Mayor Core.
Here.
Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Weir.
Here.
Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Coleman.
Here.
And Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Here.
Thank you. Here are a few guidelines. Everyone in attendance is expected to adhere to the rules of decorum established by resolution of the City Council. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Public statements.
Do we have any public statements, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Go, we have not received any public speaker cards for non-agenda items, nor have we received public speaker cards for agenda item public statements.
Thank you. Next item, please.
2026 Regional Transportation Plan discussion by KernCog.
Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our COG Director, Jay Schlosser, is here to provide you with this regular update that is required by some of our statutes, but also just a good opportunity to stay updated on important topics. And so we'll turn it over to Jay.
Very good. Madam Mayor, council members, to introduce myself, my name is Jay Schlosser. I'm a licensed engineer and recently appointed as Executive Director for the Kern Council of Government. By recent, I mean I think I'm hitting my 1-year anniversary in a couple of days. I took over for Aaron Hakimi, if that name rings a bell for what we do and where we're at. So thank you, City Manager Clegg. To talk a little bit about what I'm here for today, I'll be brief. Every 4 years, the Kern Council of Governments produces what's known as the Regional Transportation Plan. That's a federal and state required document that is a long-range transportation plan for the entirety of the County of Kern. Part of the process in the 4th year, which we're in right now, the year in which we adopt the plan, we go to each of our constituents, all 11 cities in the county and the County of Kern, provide a little presentation. In a couple of those meetings, we do a public hearing. We had a public hearing in the city of Tehachapi and also at our own board meeting last week, in which we take official comment and feedback on the plan. But that's the purpose for me this afternoon, is just to give you 5 or 10 minutes and let you know what we're doing and, of course, answer any questions that you may have. So who are we and what do we do? The Kern Council of Governments is a JPA-created organization dating back to the 1970s, in which each of the 11 cities in the county and the county themselves voted to empower the COG to handle this obligation from the federal and state governments. And with that obligation comes money from tax money, gas tax money in particular, from the federal and state government that we then plan for and utilize all across the county. Councilmember Smith has dutifully handled his duty. I think this is amusing, by the way. Councilmember Smith is our chairman, and the backup is Councilman Arias. So the two that represent you all on our board are not here with us today, but that's okay. They have, particularly Councilmember Smith, has dutifully held the position of chairman on our board for many years now and has helped to lead the COG well. Additionally, you guys are represented by Supervisors Couch and Parlier from the County of Kern, in so much as they advocate for items that both fall within both jurisdictions. Please do consider us an extension of your staff. We work closely with Bakersfield City staff. And I would proudly report that we enjoy a really positive relationship with a lot of different members and levels of staff, obviously the city manager's office, but also Public Works and Development Services. So how do new projects get funded? That's always the big question is, well, you guys talk about, you create these plans and you have money to spend, so how do we actually pick the projects that we do? So step one is what I'm here to talk to you about today, is we generate this 20+ year-long regional transportation plan. Projects that are to be funded must be programmed in the RTP. And so as a result, we're very generous in the way that we program projects. We try to cast a very wide net full of ideas for things that we need from the transportation sector. And then they fall into different tiers in the RTP in terms of their level of funding. Imminent projects are projects that are funded and are in the process of being developed for construction. And then we have some secondary tiers of projects that we have good ideas for, where we maybe have ideas for funding but don't yet have that funding. And then we have a list too of just great ideas that one day we hope to fund. We want to hear from you. We've just concluded our federally required 4-year public outreach process. We've gathered output from almost 10,500 residents here in Kern County on how we ought to spend about $14 billion in gas tax funds that we expect to receive in the next 20 years. We've had over 50 public workshops and booth events. About half of our comments come from online surveys. Did anyone here get a strange text message about an online survey? I've met a few people that that has my name on it. I had a few phone calls this year, like, what is this spam? And I see your name, but it's really real. We do statistically accurate surveying to find out what people in Kern County really care about, how they travel and what matters the most to them. And so this is pretty useful information for you all and is always available to you. What do they want? The answer we always hear year after year is from the grassroots, bottom up, is maintain and fix and finish what we have now. That's always top priority. That, by a long shot, is what the residents of Kern County want, is for us to focus on maintaining what we have. Today, a packet was provided to you. In that packet is a transmittal letter, information about the public meetings that we've held, which you guys are near the very end of our list of public meetings. A draft executive summary of the plan was included, along with a listing of the projects benefiting your sub-area in the county. This is a little bit interesting, but or confusing data-wise, but if you go to, let me see if I can find it for you. It's page 1 of 23. It's about midway through. It's a chart that looks like this. You don't have to turn to it if you don't like. I'll read off for you. But in that shows about $7.95 billion in funding for road maintenance that we expect in the next 20 plus years. That gathers together essentially all of the funding sources we're aware of, including funds that are spent outside of Kern County agencies, namely the state of California. 64.3% of the population of the county resides within the city of Bakersfield, and 81% of the funding that's identified in this plan benefits the residents of the city of Bakersfield. Doesn't mean that we're in the same area. We consider that a project, for instance, on 7 Standard Road has great benefit to the residents of the city of Bakersfield, even though that's a County of Kern project. So major projects benefiting your area, of course, include the nearly $8 billion in funding for road maintenance that we've identified. But we also look at projects like there's $100 million the state of California has programmed for rehabilitating 99 that you guys should see go to construction hopefully in about a year. Hopefully this is not a surprise to you. This will be a pretty impactful construction project. But we are also spending quite a bit of time on completing the work at 58 and 99. The 7th movement, as you all are well aware, is under construction now, and the 8th movement is scheduled for construction next year. And then, of course, items like high-speed rail are included in the plan. As debatable an issue as that is, I'll leave it alone, but I'll state that we do include and try to understand what projects like that look like and how they're going to impact our community. Comments on our plan are due on July 2nd, so we're almost out of time. But if any of you all have comments, please let us know, or you can pass them through the city manager's office to us. Again, we communicate pretty regularly. We will work on response to comments with the intent to adopt the regional transportation plan in our August meeting. That includes an EIR, it includes an SCS, air quality conformity. It's a pretty big document, as well as our FTIP, or the Federal Transportation Improvement Program, which is a 4-year plan of money that we already have in hand and exactly how we intend to spend it. So please don't hesitate to contact us if you have any questions, or I can try to answer any questions you might have now. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Schlosser. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests from the public? We don't actually have to go to them. City Manager Clegg, any concluding remarks?
Yeah, just a couple of quick summary thoughts, and I would just reiterate what Jay had communicated, that our Public Works Engineering staff and City Manager's Office staff have had the benefit of long conversations with KernCog and other municipalities throughout Kern on these priorities and on these projects. I agree that Councilmember Smith represents the city very well as chair of KernCog and as the city's appointee, and so we have had the opportunity to comment early in the process on this plan and are supportive of this plan.
Thank you. Colleagues, any requests to speak? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Schlosser, for the presentation and for coming to City Council today. I certainly appreciate it. And I also appreciate the partnership. Outside of council meetings, enjoyed having opportunities to meet with you and to talk about critical issues facing Bakersfield's urban core. I had a question. You mentioned that in your public surveys, maintaining existing infrastructure comes at the top of the list. I could understand that. Many of my neighborhoods that I represent are over 100 years old, and they need they're desperate in need of repair and maintenance. And so I think that I share that priority. But one of the other issues, and it may seem on this dais, and it may seem to city staff a minute issue, but in fact it is an important one to many of the folks that I represent, and that is regarding the off-ramp on southbound 99 at Stockdale, the Stockdale off-ramp. Caltrans has stated in the past that they intend to eventually close this exit. I think that would be a huge mistake. There are many people who rely on that exit to get to work, get to school. What role does Kern Cog play in influencing and working through this issue where it appears the local community, my constituents and myself, and I think some others, disagree with Caltrans' plan and recommendation?
Sure. Very fair question. I think the answer I'd give you is maybe not going to be the best news for you. I think that cake got baked quite a few years ago, prior to my time, in terms of when they were determining and laying out how to extend 58 to the West Side Parkway and construct improvements. I was, for instance, surprised about the way access to Ming Avenue changed through that area, and likewise the access to Stockdale. In the case, let me maybe talk to the project specifically, and then I'd be happy to answer your larger question about how we affect or influence those decisions. The issue with Stockdale Highway, quite frankly, is a space one, not a will or a desire one. I think that the city of Bakersfield has been very consistent, and so has Kern Cog, in expressing a desire to have access to Stockdale Highway in that location maintained. But physically, you cannot do both the 8th movement and have access to Stockdale Highway. There literally is not enough real estate to do both anymore. And so that's the engineering level decision that was made by Caltrans, frankly, a number of years ago as part of the TRIP program. So to your larger question of how did we get there, the answer is the TRIP program is what led you there. The TRIP was the collaborative effort, which, and I'd maybe try to emphasize in the front end, I think TRIP was an excellent example of how collaboration yields really wonderful sort of significant improvements to our community. Doesn't mean there aren't some elements of a project where people are like, I didn't like how that turned out. Certainly can understand that. But the TRIP program, of which Bakersfield, County of Kern, Caltrans, federal government, were all member agencies of a collaborative group working through the issues of how to design what is nearly complete now. Projects like these take 10 or 15 years to do. So again, maybe I'll close with the same statement I said on the front. This decision got made about 10 years ago, and the time to decide we didn't like that decision was maybe frustratingly 10 years ago. Now the plans are complete. We're 95% of the way done with the 8th movement, and the real estate issue has been settled. And so now it's just a timing issue of when it will be done and working through those agencies. As far as how we affect policy like that going forward, the answer is the COG is here to be a major advocate for what works here in Kern County as we work with Caltrans. Obviously, each municipality, each city here and the county ought to be advocating with Caltrans as well, but quite frankly, and they do, and I know Bakersfield does really quite extensively, but we provide a covering, a larger group setting in which we have the opportunity to advocate for a longer period of time. And because that's fundamentally the hardest thing about these projects, let me maybe I'll pontificate, I'll keep it 30 seconds, I swear, is the types of projects you guys are approving probably on a regular basis, repaving a road, or even the changes you have coming to H Street, or the project on 18th and 19th in downtown. Those projects have a 3-year life, from initiating and understanding what we want to do, to then designing and clearing it environmentally, to then constructing it. Projects that affect Caltrans right-of-way, especially in significant ways, like the Centennial Corridor, the 7th and 8th movement, those are easily 10 and 15-year timeline projects. And you're making decisions like we make about Stockdale Highway in the first 3 years, and then you're spending the next 7 or 8 getting to construction. So I know that's not the news you wanted to hear, or that, frankly, I've heard the public commentary on the issue, but that's the reality of how large projects like this function.
No, I understand, and I appreciate that illustration for the broader public. I just, again, will underscore my disappointment in that closure, and will challenge the idea that, you know, this is all settled, and we'll continue to look for other approaches. I think it's worthwhile. I think the folks who will be impacted the most are working families, just like, as you pointed out, the Ming Avenue changes that prohibit those who are traveling from East Bakersfield on 58 West to actually exit off of 99 on Ming Avenue. It is a complete disservice to people of East Bakersfield. And I think that, you know, that will, I think that it's a wonderful project. I think that is one of the areas that make this project less than perfect.
It was a shortcoming. May I make a suggestion? And this is where the COG can help if these issues are elevated to the point and we understand consistency and importance of an issue. For instance, the Ming Avenue one, there is a solution. It's not as convenient as it was before, but for folks coming east from the east side of town is to get off at H Street and travel to Ming. It's not as convenient. I recognize that. And likewise, for folks wishing to make the Stockdale Avenue or Stockdale Highway exit, getting off of California and traveling down Real Road. Now, some of these surface streets are not ready for that. That's where maybe we can look for ways to make improvements to the surface streets that are now impacted by the changes that we made on these freeways that we can try to incorporate in plans like the RTP and then look for funding to do. So not a perfect solution, but hopefully it illustrates that we're here to try to find solutions to these problems. And working with Caltrans, I might pleasantly suggest, is always a challenge for us. They're filled with great people that know what they're doing, but they're the state of California, and they're proud of it. You know, and they have policies and procedures that are very hard to get them to localize. Does that
I understand
make sense?
Completely. Yeah.
You know, but that's my job. That's what I see my job as,
Okay.
and I absolutely see you all's and the other cities' representation on our board as an avenue for that. And I'll report, for instance, Councilmember Smith, very active in CalCog, which is the California collection of COGs that does real advocacy work for the state of California for what we do and for the transportation sector. And so you all's involvement, both on our board and then in these greater efforts, is very valuable to me in terms of influencing how we do business with these agencies.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first comment that 99 and 58 has been under constant construction since 1993. And so it always work going on there. You can't hardly tell where the lanes are come in the morning time because they repaved that so many times that restriped it. So I have no hope that that'll ever finish. I think that's one of those never-ending projects, but that's just more of a comment. I apologize for using the wrong term, and maybe this is better suited for the city manager or the assistant. There's a proposed parkway that runs north-south that's west of town. And I don't know what it's called, and I don't see it on the list. And so is it on our list or is it not on our list?
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman. I believe you're referring to the West Side Beltway as what it's been termed historically. And the West Side Beltway, as envisioned 20 years ago, in more recent years, we're recognizing that circulation and traffic patterns, it doesn't, that we are starting to feel like what was envisioned 20 years ago, the needs aren't quite the same today. And we even through with the conversations with developers and Bolt House principally, who's has a lot of property and developments along the southern portion of that, we still will have a West Side Beltway. It probably just won't look quite the same. If I could go a little off of memory here, and Jay could help out if I'm off a little bit, but Initially that was envisioned as a large expressway that would look like the West Side Parkway. As we're seeing the development pattern play out, it could function more like an arterial at this point and still be as effective, but not have the costs of just frankly, like $1 billion cost to build an expressway, as a beltway throughout that western portion of, north and south of West Bakersfield. And so there's been a lot of discussions actually with the collective group of partners around KERCOG about how we can use some of the existing infrastructure that is in the western portions, like Highway 43, as an example for a portion of that, and then look at developing out an arterial portion that goes south from West Side Parkway through the Bolthouse properties, really at their request. And so those projects are still envisioned in our circulation element of the city, but not necessarily in this list as one of the larger regional systems that we would try and build. How would you
Actually,
add to that, Jay?
so page 18 of 23, in the big chart towards the end, second to the last entry, it's been renamed the West Urban Corridor, so it is in there. That's right now shown as constructing a new facility connecting Rosedale Highway and the West Side Parkway. And to follow on what the city manager said, we have been spending actually quite a bit of time on trying to further this from concept to reality in the last 3 to 5 years. We just completed our cargo study. The acronym means the planners came up with a great acronym. But finishing 5 or 6 years of study about how freight movement in Kern County is changing. We just adopted that last week. And in fact, we adopted a resolution, the COG board did, asking each of the cities to adopt the findings of that study into your circulation element. This doesn't come as a surprise to your staff. Again, working with Phil in the city manager's office, we have been examining a couple of different alternatives for exactly where that route would go and what kind of capacity it would have. There are still some questions to be sorted out because, quite frankly, the interchange between you guys and the city of Shafter is a challenge, and the county of Kern's mixed in there too, so getting all the agencies to kind of agree on where the line on the map ought to go is not as easy as it sounds, but we have all players are engaged in trying to work that out. So it's absolutely included in the plan. The size of the final facility is still up in the air, as well as the exact line on a map. It is actually, just to maybe final commentary, this one's fairly high on my list. I've got look, this list isn't even the whole list of everything in the county of Kern, right? Like we've got like 50 pages of projects listed in the county of Kern. Yeah, a lot of them are bike lanes. Yeah, that helps with getting the plan adopted by the state of California. And we're happy to see bike lanes go where they make sense. But what I was just going to say is, of that, 500 projects listed in the county of Kern, there's a running list of 20 in my mind that are to be worked on now. And this is one of them. So if that gives you a sense of where we think it is in terms of importance for Kern County, it's pretty high up there.
Well, I just want to be, I grew up in this Bay Area of San Jose. And San Jose went through these terrible growing pains when they changed from being largely agricultural like we are now to a bedroom community for the Bay Area and then eventually Silicon Valley. And they had a crosstown freeway that was connecting the south part of San Jose to the north part of Sunnyvale. They originally designed it in 1959 and didn't do anything until 1990, so they wound up building an obsolete freeway. And so I just want to be sure that we're using good forward thinking when we do these things, that we have an alternate way to go north and south through the community without burdening 99 anymore. So we have an alternate way for an unobstructed way to get from point A to point B, one side to the other. We missed, I think, an opportunity many years ago to keep 7th Standard as a clear road to go all the way through, because we don't have an alternate besides 58. Okay, we missed that. That ship sailed, but I think we need to be looking forward to what we're going to do in the future and not give up things for short-term goals. So that's the only thing I'll say on that. thank you for letting me know that it is at least on your list, so I appreciate that. I also wanted to talk about the 99. You mentioned a project on 99. What exactly are you doing?
It's not us. So in this case, I'm reporting, so please don't shoot the messenger here. Caltrans has allocated and is nearly complete with the design of the rehabilitation of 99 from California to White Lane, all of the lanes.
Does it include any trees,
No,
any
landscaping.
bushes? Because, you know, this is one of the biggest issues that we get when people come here. They drive through that 99 corridor and they don't want to get off the freeway because it's just plain old ugly. And we don't have the resources to be doing a lot of that landscape beautification, and we need to have some assistance on that. So is there any plan to beautify that?
Yeah, we're working on it unfortunately, due to funding constraints. Let me maybe make a plain statement. There are 8 counties in the Central Valley of California. 6 of them are self-tax for transportation alone. And there is a correspondence between what they look like on the freeway and how much of their own skin they're willing to put in the game. I'm not saying that to advocate a position, because I absolutely understand the magnitude of a statement like that. But Kern and Kings County are the only 2 in the Central Valley even that do not self-fund their own freeway development. Makes things like landscaping tough to do. That does not mean we're doing nothing. In fact, we're doing the very opposite of nothing. We spend quite a bit of time searching for ways. We think we might have some funds left over with the 7th movement right now to do some landscaping improvements in and around the 7th movement. So each time we're doing something or touching an area, we're either pushing Caltrans or seeing if we can make sure the budgets of a grant application we put in include a beautification element. Personally, I could not agree with you more. Like that is, these guys will testify. I think in the first couple of weeks I was here, I went out to lunch with them and I said, we got to do something about the way this town looks. This is my hometown. I grew up here from 1986 on. I went to West High. So this is my hometown and I care about it. And I personally carry that one around as one we've got to figure out how to do, because I agree with you. The homelessness challenge is its own version of an issue there, and I know that you guys are spending quite a bit of labor on that, and we've been pushing Caltrans to join us in laboring on that. I do think we're making progress in that regard, but how far we'll get and how soon we'll get there is the challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Schlosser. Do you have anything else?
No, I just wanted to thank you for being prepared to answer our questions and to deal with my remarks. So thank you.
Absolutely fair.
Vice Mayor,
Motion to receive and file.
you have a motion to receive and file. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Smith absent.
Thank you. And now, next items, please.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Closed session, item 5A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation for the following 2 matters. 1, the people of the state of California v. City of Bakersfield and the Bakersfield Police Department, Kern County Superior Court case number BCV 21-101928. And item 2, County of Kern v. City of Bakersfield, and all persons interested in the matter concerning the City of Bakersfield adoption of a resolution adopting sewer rates for fiscal years 2026, 27 through 2030-31. Kern County Superior Court case number 26 CUB 02363.
Thank you. And motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn to closed session.
We're adjourned to closed session. Oh, you got it. You jumped up right away. You're ready. convening the 3:30 City Council meeting. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. There were 2 items on closed session this afternoon. Item 5A1, there is no reportable action. And on item 5A2, there is no reportable action.
Thank you. And with that, we stand adjourned at 5:17. Thank you all for your patience in waiting. We need a little bit of time to switch out with the technology, and then we'll get started with the 5:15 meeting in just a few minutes.
Welcome to the Bakersfield City Council meeting. This television broadcast is brought to you by the local cable companies, the County of Kern, and the City of Bakersfield. You can watch the rebroadcast of this meeting Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 10 a.m., and the following Wednesday at 7 p.m. You can download the agenda for this meeting at www.bakersfieldcity.us. Presiding over this evening's meeting, the Honorable Mayor Karen K. Go.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to call to order the 5:15 regular City Council meeting of June 20th, 2026. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go,
Here.
Vice Mayor Core,
Here.
Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Weir,
Here.
Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Coman,
Here.
and Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Here.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for engaging in tonight's civic process. We have a group of City Hall summer interns here from the Bakersfield Youth Jobs Program, the Park and Mobile Recreation interns. Can you just wave at us? Welcome and thank you for serving. They'll serve here at our Parks and Recreation group, Recreation and Parks group, and it's always wonderful to have our interns here. We had the pleasure tonight of having Pastor James Ranger, who's the lead pastor at New Life Church, to offer the invocation. Pastor is an author and a musician, a very fine musician, and his whole family is extremely musical and very well known. Thank you so much for New Life Church facilitating food drives, emergency assistance programs, and helping feed thousands of families in our area. And thank you for all the Christian-based courses, the support groups, the counseling for individuals and families who are facing the challenges of addiction and life struggles and challenges. And thank you for your service to our community. And then tonight, following the invocation, Alexander Muriel, city intern at the finance department, will lead us in the pledge. Alexander is participating in the City Hall Summer Internship Program, which is the 8-week summer program that provides high school students with hands-on experience in local government. He's a recent grad of Liberty High School, was a member of We the People that advanced to the state competition. Congratulations on that. Participated in FFA, where he developed leadership skills through showing livestock and agricultural education. And this fall, Alexander will attend BC, majoring in agricultural business with dual enrollment in the pre-law program. He looks forward to combining his passions for agriculture, leadership, and public service. Thank you so much. Would you all please stand for the invocation and the pledge? Pastor?
Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, tonight we pause at the beginning of this meeting to acknowledge our need for your wisdom, for your guidance, and for your grace. We thank you, King of Heaven, for the city of Bakersfield, for the families who live here, the businesses that serve here, the communities of faith and organizations that care here, and the leaders who carry the responsibility of making decisions for the good of our community. We pray for our mayor, Mayor Go, our city council members, our city staff, our first responders, and all who serve the people of Bakersfield. Give them wisdom beyond their own understanding, patience in difficult conversations, courage to do what is right, and compassion for every person affected by the decisions made in this room. May tonight's meeting be marked by humility and clarity and respect, and a sincere desire to seek the common good. Help us to remember that behind every policy, every budget item, every discussion, and every vote are people, families, neighborhoods, children, seniors, workers, and future generations. Lord Jesus Christ, protect our city, strengthen our unity. Help us to be a community where justice, peace, opportunity, and kindness grow. We commit this meeting to you, to your care, and ask for your blessing over all that is said and that is done. In the name of our sovereign King of Heaven, we pray. In Christ's name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor.
Please join me for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and you may be seated. Here are a few guidelines to help our meeting run smoothly. We request that you turn off your phones. Please be courteous in the use of cameras and videos for safety reasons, and as a courtesy to others, no signs are allowed in the council chamber or in the lobby. Applause is allowed during the presentations portion of the meeting only, but not during other portions of the meeting. Consider this a first warning to everyone in attendance that conduct that disrupts this meeting may result in expulsion and/or the chambers being cleared. Behavior that disrupts the meeting includes repetitive statements, shouting, hate speech, interrupting staff or presenters during the meeting, speaking out of turn, outbursts from the audience, and surpassing the 2-minute time limit. Madam Clerk? Next item, please.
Presentations, item 4A, proclamation to Darren Budak, Director, and Keith Howell, Assistant Director of Recreation and Parks Department for the City of Bakersfield, declaring July 2026 as National Recreation and Parks Month in Bakersfield.
Well, welcome. Colleagues, quality parks and recreation are cited as one of the top 3 reasons that businesses cite in relocation decisions. We know it's very, very important to people wherever they live. The Department of Recreations and Parks provides spaces for social connections and interactions. We are so grateful for that. In Bakersfield, you are responsible for 69? 68, soon to be 69 parks, 4 public pools, 10 spray parks, 2 sport complexes, and 2 skate parks, several golf courses, pickleball and volleyball courts galore, and 1 very large amphitheater. And today it is my pleasure to read this proclamation. Whereas recreational programs and parks are fundamental in establishing and maintaining our community's quality of life, providing citizens opportunities to participate in activities that improve physical and mental health. And whereas these spaces contribute significantly to our economic and environmental well-being, supporting local businesses, growing tourism, and increasing property values. And whereas recreation provides invaluable alternatives for adults and youth, fostering social bonds and creating inclusive, friendly spaces that promote lifelong learning and community belonging. Now, therefore, I, Karen Go, Mayor of the City of Bakersfield, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Recreation and Parks Month in our city, and urge all residents to enjoy the social, physical, mental, and environmental benefits derived from the city's parks, streetscapes, and programs. It's my pleasure to be able to present this to you, Darren Budak, Director. Come on up and offer some comments.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. As the Mayor said, I want to say I accept this on behalf of my staff. We have literally hundreds of people, and we have some of them out here tonight who go out there each and every day and do an amazing job, from the maintenance to the recreation to our aquatics program. So our staff does a phenomenal job making sure we offer these programs and these facilities to the best of our ability. They go out there literally 7 days a week, from our park rangers to our park maintenance and stuff, and do an amazing job. And one thing that we always tell our staff is, you really need to get out there and see how people enjoy these facilities, because they are literally life-changing, from our programs to our parks and stuff. So we consider ourselves an essential part of the community and look forward to providing this service each and every day. Thank you.
Give it up for our parks. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Public statements.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public statements tonight? I'm going to read. Thanks.
Mayor Go, we've received 16 public speaker cards for non-agenda public statements.
Thank you. In keeping with Council's resolution, the public statements portion is divided into 2 periods. There's a period for items listed on the agenda and for items not on the meeting agenda. Statements for items listed on tonight's agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total per agenda item. The consent calendar as a whole constitutes 1 agenda item. Statements regarding items not listed on the agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total. If you have written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, give them to the clerk, who will give copies to the council. If you're here to make a public statement, please fill out a public speaker card. Give your completed card to the clerk. Actually, put it in that tray. We ask that you mark whether you're here to speak on an item listed on tonight's agenda or on a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific agenda item will be presumed speakers for the non-agenda portion and will be called during the non-agenda portion of the meeting. If you're here on public hearing item 8A, that is the appeal on Ward 5 radio tower, now is not the time to speak. You'll be given an opportunity to speak when that item is called later in the meeting. Madam Clerk, do you have any public speakers now for items not listed on the agenda?
Mayor Go, we've received 16 public speaker cards for items not listed on tonight's agenda. The first 3 speakers are Steve Miles, followed by Natisha T. Johnson, followed by J.C. Medina.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I'm here this evening representing Honor Flight Kern County through a series of events, meeting a earlier council member, Chris Palmer, I believe. I reached out to him for a fundraising opportunity for Honor Flight. Basically, we don't fly if we don't fundraise, and the previous district supervisor in my area had donated in the past, so I reached out to Chris. And Chris agreed to donate, and then a couple days later, I ran into Eric out in town in front of the Woolworths, and we were just chatting, and Eric stated that if Chris would increase his donation, Eric would match. And Eric stepped up, and he matched. And Chris's donation was $1,500, and Eric matched that. And what I'd like to see tonight, and just to give you a little bit of background on Honor Flight, we are 100% volunteer. No one in our organization gets paid for anything that we do. So every penny that is donated to us goes directly to sending veterans to Washington, D.C. I see a couple smiling faces here. I remember Andre. So with that said, and being that I'm the chair for fundraising and on the board of directors, I reached out to Eric, and I'd like to see if Eric would have anything to add to this comment tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming out, and thank you for all that you do for our veterans. I myself grew up in a family full of veterans who have served this country, and so just want to say thank you for everything that you do, and to the entire team, because it's a collective effort that it takes in order to get everybody over to Washington, D.C. So Supervisor Parlier and I are known to be a little bit competitive with one another, so super excited to put that to good use and to be able to contribute just a little bit to the work that you all do, and would like to invite my colleagues to join me in making sure that we can get some more veterans out to D.C. Thank you.
That's quite a challenge for the staff.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
T. Johnson, followed by J.C. Medina.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Christian Clegg, City Manager. My name is Natisha Johnson. I am the Executive Director of the Bakersfield College Launchpad, and I wanted to take a moment during this public comment to provide a brief update and most importantly, express my sincere gratitude. When the city partnered with Bakersfield College Launchpad to invest in entrepreneurship, it was an innovative and somewhat unorthodox approach. Community colleges are not traditionally known for leading economic development in this way, but together we've demonstrated that this model works. Since 2023, Launchpad has provided over 4,000 touch points to support. This includes over 700 women-owned businesses, 400 Hispanic-owned businesses, 400 Black-owned businesses, 41 Asian-owned, and 39 veteran-owned businesses. Together, we have awarded over 181 grants investing in nearly $1.5 million directly into Bakersfield's small business community. Beyond grant funding, our work helps entrepreneurs build legitimate and sustainable businesses by assisting them with business licenses, home occupancy permits, regulatory compliance, and technical assistance needed to succeed. As these businesses grow, they create jobs, strengthen neighborhoods, and generate additional revenue for the city of Bakersfield. As we prepare to sunset this grant, October of 2026, I wanted to extend my heartfelt appreciation to City Manager Christian Clegg, Council Member Andre Gonzalez, and everyone on council for believing in this partnership. Mr. Clegg, your vision and willingness to think differently has empowered more than 1,000 entrepreneurs, strengthened families, created opportunity, and left a lasting impact on our community. Thank you for your leadership and all that you do. And to the council, thank you for your continued support for investing in the small businesses that make Bakersfield stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Look, you timed your speech to exactly 2 minutes. Good job. And we have a number of speakers, as the clerk mentioned. We have 16 people who want to speak within 20 minutes. So just encourage all of you to make your statement succinctly. Next speaker, please.
J.C. Medina, followed by Gianna Mascarino, followed by Jacob Brambilla.
Welcome.
Hello. Hello, City Council. My name is JC Medina. I'm currently 17 years old and I have lived in Bakersfield for all my life, in which a consistent flow of water in the Kern River sounds unimaginable. I commend the City Council's effort in allowing the Kern River to continue flowing, as it encourages us in embracing our community and preserving the nature in which we call home. However, this effort in keeping the Kern River flowing is not everlasting, as on July 31st, 2026, the continuous flow in the Kern River will be diverted. For many residents of Bakersfield, the Kern River is viewed as a safe space and a source for food like cold water trout. After consulting with groups such as Bring Back the Kern and Sierra Club, it is evident that both the younger and older generation are focusing on one issue: keeping this consistent flow into the river channel. With all of us experiencing temperatures up to 108 degrees, the community needs a place where they can safely communicate and enjoy their time. We want a river that our future children can enjoy, where its utter beauty and spread of growth along the grass and ecosystem inspire them to continue our efforts in preserving what we have. We want a place where they can play, relax, and create new memories with members of the community. We are asking for our City Council to be working to keep water in the river for as long as possible. The community truly cares about this river, so on behalf of Bring Back the Kern, we invite all members of the council and anyone interested to join us on July 2nd, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. in Yokitz Park for our Sunsets on the River event, where families and members of the community are able to still enjoy the river and create new memories. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. Next speaker, please.
Gianna Mascarino, followed by Jacob Brambilla, followed by Stephen Montgomery.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Gianna Mascarino, and I'm a recent Stockdale High School graduate and the founder of Stockdale Environmental Club. I've lived in Bakersfield my entire life, and like so many others, I've grown up knowing that the Kern River is an important part of our city's history and identity. First, I want to thank you for your efforts you've already made to keep the water flowing in the river, and I encourage everyone who hasn't visited recently to go see it for themselves. The river belongs to all of us, and when water is flowing, it becomes a place where people can gather, connect, and take pride in our community. It brings people together in a way that few places can. When it's dry, however, it sends a message that this important part of our city is not being valued. As someone who's lived here my whole life, I want future generations to experience the Kern River as I hope they always will. A living, flowing river that reflects the beauty of our city. They deserve the chance to make memories there, just as families are beginning to do again today. I respectfully ask you to make decisions that keep the water flowing in the Kern River for as long as possible. We all want a community that we can be proud of, and the Kern River is a big part of that. Please continue doing everything you can to preserve this incredible resource. I would also like to invite City Council and the public to come to Bring Back the Kern's Sunset on the River on July 2nd at 6:30 at Yokitz Park, an event dedicated to celebrating and bringing awareness to the importance of the Kern River. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mascarino. Next speaker, please.
Joe Cupt, Brambilla, followed by Stephen Montgomery, followed by Max Becerra.
Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
Welcome.
So I have paperwork here to show what I'm going to talk about. I have dyslexia, so I'm a terrible reader, so I'm just going to speak from the heart.
Go ahead.
So I am a mom, and I'm facing mom issues, and I'm here to bring awareness to an issue that I faced myself, and it's lack of a kids zone in the courthouse. And I'm asking you guys all if you guys could, I know that this is in your guys' jurisdiction, that it's Kern County, but you guys have a say on it, and you guys can endorse it, and that's what I'm asking for today. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry, I'm just really nervous. It's my first time.
That's okay. We get nervous, and it's fine. We all get nervous, but thank you for sharing with us.
You're welcome.
And we can pass that information on.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Stephen Montgomery, followed by Max Becerra, followed by Tina Lai.
Mayor Go, members of council, good evening. I'm Stephen Montgomery, the chair of the Kern-Quia Chapter CR Club, and active with the Bring Back to Kern, a subcommittee of the Kern River Parkway Foundation. Critics of a flowing urban Kern River had decried what they call our desire for aesthetics, as they pose themselves as the adults in the room, while those of us who advocate for a flowing Kern are looked at as somewhat naive, uninformed do-gooders seeking to add an impractical element to our community. They view our reasoning as trivial for restoring a flowing urban Kern River. There are several important reasons beyond what is admittedly attractive option of having a real Kern River versus a dry riverbed. But with little time to cover these reasons, I'll keep it short. Carbon sequestration. There's been a recent focus on using expensive and questionable technology when sitting right in front of us is an option for getting help from nature herself. Carbon sequestration is what trees and other green foliage do. A flowing Kern River through town would sustain the natural riparian habitat along the river route. Never mind how attractive a riparian habitat is to the area, it would contribute to needed carbon sequestration and along with its appearance. That is part and parcel to our very real issue of our poor air quality. Whether or not we have what it ranks as the dirtiest air in the nation, it's indisputably dirty and harmful to breathe. A riparian corridor through town would contribute to it in a positive way toward cleaner air, and that right there should be an important consideration to answer those who would prefer diverting the river upstream for their economic advantage. Additionally, a river with water in it is accompanied by the foliage of a riparian habitat along the routes, also has the natural cooling effect on the area, something those of us who live here can well appreciate here at hot Bakersfield. Meanwhile, what we see, big money interests fighting those efforts of what is so much about wise use, as they call it. It's actually about preferred use. That is the greatest financial benefit to a selected few.
Mr. Montgomery, your time is up. Can you bring your comments to a close, please?
Okay. City staff and leaders should consider the advantages of having a real Kern River in town and facilitate its routing through town to perk ponds at the other end, where it contributes to replenish our underfed and overdrawn water table.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Max Becerra, followed by Tina Lai, followed by Antje Lauer.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Go, members of the Bakersfield City Council. Bakersfield is a beautiful city, but there's another side of Bakersfield that is too often overlooked. In late 2023, Pacificus Company, the Moore Partners, and Sunrise Global Development made a significant investment and long-term commitment to help transition East Bakersfield and Southeast Bakersfield. But before we could begin building our new communities, we first had to address a serious problem that had plagued the area for many, many years. That is illegal dumping. What we found was very alarming. Hundreds of acres were littered with abandoned vehicles, construction debris, broken concrete, discarded furniture, illegal dumping, and visible homeless encampments, conditions that would not be accepted in any other part of Bakersfield. Rather than waiting for someone else to act, we took the responsibility. Rather than waiting for someone else to act, we took that responsibility, and over a 7-month period, we cleaned up and restored more than 100 acres of land at our own expense. Thousands of pounds of debris were removed, and for a brief period, we thought visible change was possible. This here is a brief video showing the current conditions in Southeast Bakersfield. As you take a look at all the slides here, I'm just disappointed in what has happened here. We spent over $100,000 just to clean up back in 2004. Seven months later, or 2024, 7 months later, it came back with a vengeance. This is not acceptable. Illegal dumping has returned. No neighborhood in Bakersfield should be treated as a dumping ground, and no family should have to live right next to illegal dumping and debris. The conditions you have seen would not be accepted in any other area in the city of Bakersfield.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Can you bring your comments to a close,
Yes.
please?
So, thank you, Mayor. So we ask for your partnership, your leadership, and your commitment in addressing this growing problem and ensuring that Southeast Bakersfield receive the same attention and respect as in other parts of our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Next speaker, please.
Tina Lai, followed by Anchi Lauer, followed by Eddie Lane.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Tina Lai. We are the land developer group for the Oro High School area. For the last few years, we have invested over 11 million in the southeast part of Bakersfield. Every year, the carrying cost is over $500,000. We are spending over $100,000 to clean up the area last year. However, all the trash came back. So we need your help. We need the city's help. We cannot do it alone. We really appreciate the city of Bakersfield helping us, all your support in the past. But together, only if we do it together, we can bring a lot of nice and affordable homes in this area. So we're just here to ask for help for the city to help us clean up the trash, or maybe give them ticket when people are illegal dumping, or maybe, I don't know, give them citation or something, discourage them dumping over there. And also, a lot of people are camping there. It's not safe. We should have police enforcement help us to evict those people or help them to get into housing. So this is our asking, and we have really appreciate for the city of Bakersfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lai. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Max Becerra, and thank you, Tina, for everything that you have done for the city of Bakersfield, but specifically for Southeast Bakersfield. I am often reminded, that there are many amenities, there are many retail stores, commercial stores, many homes that we see on the west side of the 99 that we frankly just do not see on the east side of the 99. And the reality is it's difficult and challenging to develop. And I think this is one case in point where we are running into a roadblock that continues to persist that is preventing us from being able to see some of those in real time, some of those changes that are coming to Southeast Bakersfield and specifically to the MLK corridor. And so I just want to say thank you for your continued commitment to Southeast Bakersfield, to MLK Boulevard. $11 million is no drop in the bucket. So thank you to Tina and all of your partners for seeing the opportunity in Southeast Bakersfield. But more than that, thank you for also investing in cleaning up and making sure that this entire corridor is, primed, looks good, and is ready for construction. So I would argue that you all have done your part, and I think that it's our turn to also do our part and help out in a couple of different ways. And so with that, I actually want to make a three-pronged referral tonight. The first is that we work with the Bakersfield Police Department to step up our enforcement efforts out along the corridor. We have the laws on the books as it relates to illegal dumping, as it relates to trespassing, and I think we could be doing more, particularly with newer technology that we've invested in to make sure that we are holding those bad actors accountable. The second that wasn't mentioned tonight, but was shared yesterday in conversation is that Max, Tina, and team are preparing to add some significant signage on many of their larger parcels to deter folks from trespassing and illegal dumping. So I would like to ask for their team to connect with our city attorney to make sure that we have the proper codes on the books out there on that signage to ensure that folks are aware that they will be held accountable if in fact they're found violating the law. The last piece is that we actually work with the city manager's office to identify some funding to be able to help and assist this team in abating a lot of the illegal dumping and debris that we find. Oftentimes, if we don't address the problem quickly, it will quickly grow. If one person sees that there's already a pile of trash, the second person may also dump their trash there. And so I would like to ask that we look for some funding to be able to help assist on an ongoing basis in abating those properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Ansha Lauer, followed by Eddie Lane, followed by Jesse Bowman.
Welcome.
Yes. So good evening, everyone. So my name is Antje Lauer. I'm a professor at CSUB, Department of Biology, and I'm also a member of the Sierra Club. Bakersfield has a lot of problems, as we already heard. I am here to talk about the trees. So I hope you all read the letters that Eddie Lane submitted regarding the city's budget update, especially when it comes to the future of tree maintenance and tree planting. So today I'd like to point out that the current tree plan, together with its Appendix H, that was initiated by CSUB and which received 175 signatures back in November 2024, should not just be adopted, but turned into a policy or resolution that is enforceable. We just talked about enforcement being important with the dumping. We also need enforcement for tree-related issues. We have many policies and ordinances in our city, but what are they worth when they are not enforced and not enforceable? Next, I'd like to state that the Tree Advisory Group is working on an update of the Street Trees Municipal Code 1240 that is lacking details such as the protection of mature trees and has very few specific goals or objectives, and those that are included, such as replacing dead trees within a certain time frame, are not enforced, as we have witnessed in the past, without consequences. This has to change if our common goal is to increase Bakersfield's tree canopy cover. We have support from the Bakersfield community shown by more than 600 signatures on our petition on change.org that was shared last council meeting, but it never made it into the minutes for some reason. I have copies of the issue if you weren't able to have a look at it. This is the tree petition that we put out, and I updated it today. Lastly, my students and I, we have continued the tree inventory for the city, having started with Martin Luther King Park, and we will do Jefferson Park next. We start in the fall of 2026, also together with Bakersfield College, with Professor Reynaldo Arroyo, who is a licensed arborist. So we will be professional about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lauer. Next speaker, please.
Eddie Lane, followed by Jesse Bowman, followed by Eric Mora.
My name is Eddie Lane with Sierra Club. Good evening.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Corr, for taking seriously the suggestions that have been made again and again from the community regarding increasing the City of Bakersfield's tree canopy. The young voices of 15-year-old Valentina and 19-year-old Carter 2 weeks ago told us why trees need to be protected and valued. They represent the future of this community. What we're asking today reflects their hopes. To follow up on the referrals 2 weeks ago, in yesterday's letter, we made specific requests which we're asking be referred to the city manager's office. The first one, this is a repeat, is the city adopt the MIG Central City and Tree Plan, including Appendix H by a council resolution. The importance of this request was made crystal clear when Dr. Arroyo, head of the forestry department at Bakersfield College, at the last TAG meeting asked, "What is the tree plan for the city?" There was no response. TAG has no roadmap. That's why we need Appendix H adopted as a resolution. And what we're asking for is that, and in Section 8 it says that the purpose of the advisory committee, TAG, is to regularly support the implementation and overall success of the plan. Well, the plan was never approved. Again, TAG has no roadmap. Other recommendations: amend the current tree trimming and removal contracts to include the standards. We've talked about that a lot. Place photos on the city's website so that the city, those who are interested in trees can have a chance to comment before they are removed. Provide monthly reports. This is so important. You need monthly reports of trees trimmed, removed, purchased, and planted. And establish a tree trimming cycle consistent with the standards. Mr. Clegg's already said he would do that. And develop a plant-a-tree program. So there's a lot in the agenda, but we're anxious to see progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jesse Bowman.
Welcome. City Council. I'm here representing Max and his team with Tina. I'm the contractor that's been out there for the Del Oro project, and we did all the cleanup, and we're probably 95% completed. And as the sewer line came in, we kind of moved off the project, and now it's doubled. And they spent about $100,000 with our equipment out there and our guys out there moving that trash. And we're getting ready to move back in out there. This lift station's almost done. And when we blockade this property, the first 100 acres out of 400 acres I think they got out there, all the stuff, all that dumping zone, well, yeah, you won't be able to get in besides the fire department, but they're just going to want to move across the street. So it would be nice if they had someone patrolling it, because they're willing to develop a whole new side of Bakersfield and cleaning up a town that's a part of town that's probably been forgotten about for the last 30 years. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Mora.
I'll make it short. I know we have 17 seconds left. Thanks, Mayor, City Staff, City Council. My name is Eric Mora with the Mora Partners, and I'm here with Max and Tina Lai. We are the group behind the development by Del Oro. I'm also a real estate broker in town. We spend a lot of time on the west side bringing investors and showing the beautiful side of town. We always kind of skip the MLK quarter because it's so ugly with dump and trash. So we just ask for your support, continued support in our southeast area, and let us bring some more investment into the area. Thanks, Councilman Arias, for your support. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have run out of time for this section. Just moving on. Madam Clerk, what do we have for the next?
Mayor Go, we have received 11 speaker cards regarding deferred business item 10A.
Would you please call them, please?
The first three speakers, Jennifer Haratani, Michelle Peters, followed by Robert Miller.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. We are grateful to the City of Bakersfield for allocating $100,000 in funding for mobile spay and neuter services last year, and we would like to provide a progress update demonstrating the impact of this investment and the importance of continued funding in the upcoming fiscal year. Since November 25, we have completed 15 clinic days, utilizing $71,250 of the allocated funds. As agreed, each clinic day was co-sponsored by Strength of Shadow Dog Rescue as well as additional community partners, maximizing the reach of every dollar. Through this collaboration, we successfully completed a total of 1,596 surgeries for residents and their pets across all 7 wards of the City of Bakersfield at an average cost to the city of $44.64 per animal, a highly efficient return on investment. With the remaining $28,750, we are on track to continue at this pace through approximately mid-September 2026, further expanding access to these critical services. We respectfully urge you to consider the demonstrated value and success of this program and vote through a path to continue funding. Research shows that it takes approximately 5 years of consistent, targeted, high-volume spay and neuter efforts to see measurable reductions in shelter intake and euthanasia rates. While our entire program has funded and completed 13,913 surgeries in just 2.5 years, we are already seeing a stabilization in intake numbers at local shelters, a meaningful early indicator that this approach is working. Without this intervention, those animals and their potential offspring would have significantly compounded the existing overpopulation crisis. The impact on our community, shelters, and city resources across multiple departments would be far greater than what we are experiencing today. We are committed to continuing this work and building on the process already made. Please let us know if there's any additional information we can provide to support your decision-making as you consider continued funding for this program. Thank you again for your leadership and support of this critical initiative.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michelle Peters, followed by Robert Miller, followed by Michael Bailey.
Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to speak to you as a volunteer with Kern Safe Animal Coalition, one who walks neighborhoods door to door, passing out flyers and helping families actually find and use our low-cost mobile spay and neuter services. I also work to get this information into the school system and community spaces so it reaches the people who need it most. And what I see out there is simple. The need is real and the demand is out there, but access and awareness are what make or break whether these services succeed. This funding for mobile low-cost spay and neuter isn't just a budget item, it's prevention. It's the difference between a managed community and an overwhelmed one. Every surgery funded is fewer unwanted litters, fewer stray intake calls, and fewer animals entering an already stretched system. And here's the part I think matters most. This only works if we stay consistent. We cannot promote a service and then let it just fade away. We cannot ask residents to do their part and then reduce the very tools they need to follow through. In the neighborhoods I canvass, people are willing. They want to do the right thing, and what they need is reliable access and a city that stays committed long enough to make the impact real. So this isn't just about spending money. It's about protecting an investment that is already working and making sure it actually reaches its full potential. Our community cannot afford to step back from this now, as we will pay more for it later, financially and in outcomes. So I please urge you to approve this funding for low-cost mobile spay and neuter. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Robert Miller, followed by Michael Bailey, followed by Eddie Lane.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Robbie Miller, and I'm the founder of SOS Dog Rescue. I'm here today to ask the city of Bakersfield to continue the investment in low-cost mobile spay and neuter services. Every day in our community, we are seeing the consequences of too many animals and not enough homes. Shelters are full, rescues are full, fosters homes are exhausted. Animals are being abandoned, born on the streets, and suffering in our neighborhoods. We need to stop the suffering before it starts. The reality is that we cannot adopt our way out of this problem. We cannot rescue our way out of this problem. We have to prevent it. Many families want to do the right thing, but veterinary costs can be difficult to afford. Mobile low-cost spay and neuter programs remove those barriers by bringing services directly into the neighborhoods that need it the most. Every surgery prevents future litters. Every litter prevented means fewer animals entering the shelter, fewer animals abandoned, fewer taxpayer dollars spent dealing with the consequences later. When we talk about animals suffering, we often focus on shelters, but suffering begins long before animals reach the shelter. It happens when unwanted litters are born with nowhere to go. It happens when animals live on the street, are hit by cars, or become sick, or continue reproducing. Prevention is the most humane and cost-effective solution available. This investment is not simply about animals. It's about supporting families, protecting neighborhoods, reducing shelter populations, and making Bakersfield a healthier and safer community. I ask the city of Bakersfield to continue funding low-cost mobile spay and neuter services because preventing suffering is far less expensive than trying to solve the crisis after it's already existed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next speaker, please.
Michael Bailey, followed by Eddie Lane, followed by Michael Turnipseed.
Welcome.
Hello, City Council and Mayor Go. My name is Michael Bailey, and I'm a resident in Ward 6. And I am deeply concerned about the usage, both current and prospective, of advanced surveillance cameras in our community in general, as well as with the flock cameras, which are currently in use in particular. While flock has an extremely questionable history with a well-documented past of poor cybersecurity practices, illegal and unauthorized access by individuals and by federal law enforcement, and deceptive commercial practices, it is my conviction, and the conviction of many, that merely switching to a different contractor for these cameras and these services can never address the concerns of myself or your other constituents. Specifically, any surveillance system implemented would face insurmountable issues with both consent and safety. With regards to consent, a 2025 bipartisan survey showed that fewer than 30% of Americans believe it is acceptable for the U.S. government to monitor the activity of U.S. citizens. Less than 21% of Americans believe it was acceptable for the U.S. government to monitor public social media posts. And I would challenge anyone in this government to tell me with a straight face that a majority of their constituents would desire 24/7 tracking of their moments accessible without a warrant. With regards to safety, just 2 days ago, the NSA, the most sophisticated cyber warfare organization on the planet, announced that Anthropic's latest AI model was able to breach its entire system in a matter of hours. And I would seriously question the wisdom of trusting a camera vendor to guarantee the security of their data in the current era, in the age we live in, with massive data breaches enabled by AI tools. I would urge the council and mayor to halt any further usage of these cameras, and to seriously reevaluate the contract that we have with Flock. To close, a quote from Benjamin Franklin: "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety."
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Next speaker, please.
Eddie Lane, followed by Michael Turnipseed, followed by Ariel Dyer.
Welcome.
Well, I'm back. I didn't realize these were quite together like this. I'm Eddie Lane. I'm still Eddie Lane with the Sierra Club. More trees, more trees, more trees. That's our request. Respectfully, a budget which removes up to 725 trees and trims thousands of trees, as we've done for many years, does not prioritize additions to our extremely low tree canopy. We're asking for a change of direction, prioritizing the planting of trees. We're asking that $500,000 from the existing budget be reallocated to plant trees. More than 600 Bakersfield residents signed our Sierra Club petition calling for better care and protection of the city's trees. The proposed budget as it relates to trees is the de facto response to the petition. The response: zero funding for planting trees. And the use of ANSIA standards is critically important. Those standards specify the trees should be trimmed and planted when they are dormant. In Bakersfield, that would be November through February, with planting continuing through March. The city is not following those standards when its contractors trim thousands of trees in August and September and then plant trees in April and May, some during periods of excessive heat. Where are the arborists involved in such decision-making? I was raised on a 20-acre farm in Reedley. My father didn't need to be an arborist to follow common sense with regard to planting and trimming when trees are dormant. Also, for budget purposes, trees need to be treated as capital assets. according to a government code, such as fleet vehicles and road infrastructure. In fact, the lifespan of most trees far exceeds vehicles. Now the city treats trees as discretionary expense, funding from whatever's left over. This is a policy choice, not an accounting requirement. The urban forest needs to have trees treated that way. Again, we urge the City Council to reallocate $500,000 from trimming and removal to the planting of trees. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Lane, for your comments. I couldn't agree with you more. We need more trees, more trees, more trees. I have been a fan of trees since all my life. Actually, I think I shared this story before. My parents, when I was born, they planted a tree, and they did so for all of my 5 siblings. So there's a whole 6 trees in this world that were planted when we were born, and I thought that was very special. So trees have always had a very special, sentimental part of my life, and I couldn't agree with you more. I've been a volunteer of the Tree Foundation, been advocating for years for more trees, likewise so many of my colleagues. So I appreciate all the advocacy from the community. I did want to point out, though, since 2022, our city has planted over 4,268 trees. I think that's important for the community because that's our public dollars that we've invested to enhancing our tree canopy. We received a Transformative Climate Communities grant from the state, which has allowed us to plant over 80 trees in just one park alone, in Lowell Park, which has been transformative for that park and certainly provided a lot of relief for many of the residents who enjoy that park every day. And actually in this year's budget, Mr. Clegg, if you will fact check me here, but I believe there's an allocation of $275,000 to plant another 960 trees.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez, for the question. Actually, there's $75,000 in the operating budget.
Okay.
And then there was the $200,000 as an optional additional project, which would total the $275,000.
Perfect. So, and that's contingent upon our discretion at this dais. Perfect. And 960 trees is more or less the...
That's the number of additional trees that could be planted with those funds beyond the 1,200 trees that have already been planted this year.
And then there was a question about the tree plan and the fact that because there was no resolution coupled with that plan that it wasn't operational. Is that, that's concerning if that is true. I mean, I think it was the council's intent that once we adopted a tree plan to actually implement that plan.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. There's several aspects to this response. I would say an overarching approach. Yes, we're moving forward with implementation of the plan. I would also point to just some of our recent conversations that, some of the first elements of policy development were to go to the tree advisory group and talk about things like the tree palette and the standards, and we have been adopting those. I think that it is fair to consider what aspects of policy are reasonable to include by resolution or ordinance consistent with what's typical to put into a resolution or ordinance versus those things that are typical to be internal policies. But absolutely, we're doing a lot of work, policy work that's implementing that plan. We're also moving forward with many plantings. Not to belabor the conversation about where to plant. Is it based on inventory? Is it based on need? At this point, we've received that council direction to go based on need, and we're going out and planting trees in areas of need, and also contemplating how to best get trees in those areas, as I described at our last meeting, that there are limited medians and rights of way, so we're looking at other programs that can help plant trees in those areas of need. And so we are moving forward I would say in an overarching approach with the tree plan. I think it's a question of taking it in chunks.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I mean, I think we're talking about this in the context of the fiscal year budget, a budget that has to be adopted tonight. But in fact, the city has performed pretty well at receiving state and federal grants on projects that will include a net gain of additional trees throughout the city.
That is correct, Councilmember. Because of limited resources, we're looking for as many opportunities to use those grant funds and include them in other projects. And actually, I appreciate sort of your line of questioning, because the Parks Master Plan is designed to be a 10 to 20-year master plan in the big picture. And of course, we need to prioritize and we need to make progress on specific action steps, but we are moving forward. We're making progress.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg, Mr. Lane mentioned the trimming of trees sometimes off cycle, and I know that was in the letter that was sent. Is public safety an item that would take precedence over being off cycle? Could that be a reason why sometimes trees are trimmed off cycle?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Go. The answer is yes. We actually received one of those requests today, as a matter of fact, for a situation that did have a safety challenge and issue. Again, we starting last year, we have made a commitment to have our routine trimming only happen within the window that's been recommended by the Tree Advisory Group. Where we're addressing other trees, it's either because they're covering a stop sign, they're a dangerous limb, they're dead, or they're diseased. Like, we're only addressing problematic complaint-based trees in the non-trimming season.
Thank you. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, because Councilmember Gonzalez mentioned how many trees we planted, but and how much we have budgeted, but I don't even think that includes the 170 trees we approved in the H Street corridor improvement, correct?
That is correct.
Right, so that's an additional 170 trees. So,
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, next speaker, please.
Michael Turnipseed, followed by Ariel Dyer, followed by Jason Cosper.
Give the council program to follow here. Mayor, members of the council, I am Michael Turnipseed. I represent the Kern County Taxpayers Association. I'm here to make a few comments about the budget you're going to be adopting later. This budget does not tell the public whether it's structurally balanced or not. This is the single most important number in the book, and the public can't find it. This budget does not fix the cost curve. We have trimmed, but we have not reformed. This budget does not address subsidies that has been autopilot for over 30 years. The Consolidated Maintenance District has not raised its assessment since 1996. Every year since then, general fund has covered a larger and larger part of park and median maintenance in one part of town. Now close to $4 million a year. The budget rolls forward for the 31st year with no plan to change it. This budget does not fund the single largest liability, which, as we've talked about many times, is wastewater. We are paying for it 1 year at a time with no long-term plan before this council or the public. And this budget does not answer your own city manager's warning that our business sales tax needs to double or triple for the city to survive. There is a diagnosis and process. There is no growth strategy to meet it. This council needs to commit to publishing a one-page general fund condition statement, revenue, spending, surplus or no surplus, and ending reserve at the front of every budget. Commit to a funded multi-year wastewater plan that the public can see and understand. And finally, commit to the reopening of the CMD before it consumes another decade of general fund dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turnipseed. Next speaker, please.
Ariel Dyer, followed by Jason Cosper, followed by Terry Maxwell.
Welcome.
Hi, everybody. My name's Ariel Dyer, and I'm here to talk once again about surveillance technology in the city. Last time we were here, the city of Bakersfield said we don't share surveillance data with ICE. Here's the problem with that. We don't currently have a way of knowing that. Let me clarify why that is. So taking the police department and the city at your word, Setting aside the notorious lack of oversight in accessing this sort of technology, which we've seen nationally, assuming the premise that we do not share data with ICE, this only covers BPD's settings and usage of our footage. If our data sits in Flock's national network, and that's not a hypothetical if, it does sit in Flock's national network, thousands of other police agencies can search it. So can Flock, which not only is having the hardware, firmware, and software that we use to surveil, but it also hosts the data on their servers. Our individual whereabouts can reach ICE without BPD ever choosing to share them. This was found in Bend, Oregon, for instance. Of course, at this point in time, those responsible for this technology's operation in our city aren't looking for such common misuse. When we requested data under the California Public Records Act, BPD claimed that no annual audit reports exist. So in short, you hold the most personally invasive, privacy-disrespecting information in your hands, and you lack the ability or even the inclination to safeguard it currently. I can't think of a rational reason for that uncritical adoption and maintenance of a technology that I don't think anyone should have access to. The Anti-Capitalist Computer Club, we believe that in abolishing the use and sharing of surveillance tech by government and private entities, but we also believe in transparency and communication, neither of which have been afforded Bakersfield residents. So we're asking the city to stop funding a surveillance state that we have not agreed to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer. Next speaker, please.
Jason Cosper, followed by Terry Maxwell, followed
Just
by...
ask, oh, go ahead, sorry. Just asking all of you to be as succinct as possible in that we have a number of speakers who still would like to speak. Go ahead. Welcome.
Good evening. As was said, my name is Jason Cosper. On June 10th, I was here and I told all of you about the 133 flock cameras watching this city and the 1.4 million rows of license plate data that BPD handed over to me. Tonight, you fund the next phase, the Real-Time Information Center, or RTIC. An RTIC fuses surveillance feeds into one searchable map. The flock cameras, decommissioned city CCTV, dispatch, records, 911, gunshot detection, and drones all in front of any officer at one screen. BPD's own Flock system lists two outside companies as active API users. The first is First2, the product that lets an officer click a building and pull the names, ages, and phone numbers of the people inside. The second is Peregrine, built by Palantir alumna. For those of you not familiar, Palantir builds the software ICE uses to track people for deportation. Flock runs a national network of roughly 7,000 agencies. California law bars sharing plate data with federal agencies. Reporting this year shows that, well, it's happening anyway. I filed a public records request yesterday asking the city for every integration feeding this RTIC and every agency that can pull from it. You are funding a fusion center while the people paying for it cannot see who feeds it, who searches it, or who outside Bakersfield can pull from it. Hold the RTIC funding until BPD publishes every integration and every data sharing partner. Put hearings and annual audits in writing before another dollar moves. The cameras went up without our input. Do not fund the machine that wires them together the same way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cosper.
Terry Maxwell, followed by Ramona Pajoka.
Welcome.
My name's Terry Maxwell. You know, I'm always shocked at how little this council really wants to hear from the public. 20 minutes for public comments on non-agenda items and 20 minutes for agenda. I thought you guys were here to listen to us. That's just shocking and disgraceful. 319 beds at your navigation center over on Brundage Lane. They're proudly telling you that they've had actually 617 people move on to permanent housing. You're spending $8 million a year on that. That means for those 619 people, or 17 people, you have spent $78,000 apiece. But let's put it more in context. If, let's say, over that 6-year period, you had, on average, 200 people every night, that means you had 450,000 people through that navigation center. and only 617 of them have gone on to any sort of permanent housing. Have you figured out that it's really not working yet? That you're spending a lot of money, you're wasting money on this? There's no report on the follow-up success, whether those 617 are continuing to be in permanent housing. You're getting more homelessness every year than less. And through that navigation center, you're making it awfully easy for people to go ahead and continue to be homeless because they can go and be there and do anything they want, come back the next day and just completely repeat it time and time again. I was going to make some comments on H Street. I wish that we would have had an opportunity to comment after the staff talked about it, because you could have solved this real easy on H Street. All you had to do was put no left turn signs at every intersection. You have no idea what accidents were being caused. You have no idea, in the context for Mr. Arias, what exactly happened. Did the person that hit your friend, did they get charged with anything? All of it was out of context. I want to compliment, though, Councilman Weir for his consistency. When we talked about the widening of 24th Street, he voted to widen it, although the council member who's not here tonight voted to widen 24th Street, yet narrow 8th Street. Very inconsistent.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Next speaker, please.
Ramona Pajoga.
Good evening. It's my first time here. Sorry. I just wanted to talk to
Can you just lower the mic a little, please?
Thank you. Appreciate it. I just wanted to talk about the flock cameras. I wanted to ask City Hall to halt any further expansion and cancel the flock camera contract. I want to publish camera locations and usage logs and would like to require you to hold public hearings before approving any further surveillance tech or if you do any contract renewals. We want to make sure there's no more tech for surveillance without voter approval and annual audits. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Christy Trotter.
Hi.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Again, my name is Christy Trotter. I'm a city resident, and I'm just here to ask you to allot money for the mobile spay and neuter. We all know we have way too many dogs and cats, and that's super obvious driving around and going to any shelter. The only way to tackle the problem is prevention, and obviously spay and neuter is the best prevention out there. So I think it's definitely worth investing as much as you can into the prevention of the problem rather than the aftermath of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trotter. Next speaker, please.
Rosa Lopez.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Lopez, and I'm here to reiterate my call that you reimagine a public budget process that centers the people. As you see tonight, people are interested in participating and influencing how our tax dollars are allocated. We are asking you to invest in programs and services that address the root cause of social issues and improve the quality of life for everyone, regardless of our zip code. Our tax dollars should support proven community-based strategies to address these public safety challenges. The Bakersfield Police Department has become a default for all social issues. However, evidence suggests that simply increasing police budget does not necessarily prevent crime or improve public safety. True public safety is achieved through strong communities, accessible services, meaningful opportunities, and public trust that strengthen social connections and create safer communities. I urge you to expand and preserve the Bakersfield urban forest, including efforts championed by organizations such as the Sierra Club and the Arbor Day Foundation. Trees provide shade, reduce extreme heat, improve air quality, enhance public safety, public health, and make neighborhoods more attractive and safe. I also urge you to really schedule a community space where people can really talk about the concerns and issues of community being surveilled through flock technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers for this portion?
Margo, that was our final speaker for this portion.
Thank you. And I know we have a lot of items to address tonight, and so let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back. item, it'll be fine. Let's start gathering back so we can start again, please. Okay, let's continue. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Consent calendar items 6A through 6J for approval. Mayor, please note that item 6E1 contains a staff recommendation to adopt resolutions approving salaries and benefits for specified units.
Thank you. And so we have a request tonight to have these items pulled. 6E1, 6F1, 6H5, 6J2, 6J3, and those are requests from Councilmember Weir, and then Councilmember Bashir Tosh also asked for 6J2 and 6J3 to be pulled. Additionally, Councilmember Bashir Tosh would like 6J5 pulled.
Motion to approve consent calendar items 6A through 6J for approval with the exception of 6E1, 6F1, 6H5, 6J2, 6J3, and 6J5.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Smith absent.
Thank you. And now we're going to take a motion on 6E1, 6F1, and 6H5. Councilmember, Vice Mayor.
Motion to approve consent calendar items 6E1.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, you do want to talk. Okay, Councilmember Weir does want to talk. I thought you didn't. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, this is a little confused up here. You know, it's kind of strange right now. We're just finishing up with our water explorations and ways to treat our wastewater, and we've got something in place now that we can use. And if it stays this way through fruition, it will be a $1 billion project. It will cost us $1 billion. That's a lot of money. And when I when I look at tonight's budget that we're going to vote on eventually, I looked and I saw that, you know, in 1970s, maybe 72 or 3, our budget was about it was about $600 million. And if we continue going the way we are going right now, with the budget that we have right now, this is basically a $1 billion budget for 1 year. That's unfathomable. There's no way that we can survive with that kind of spending. It is abhorrent. And unless we get a handle on this, unless we stop the spending and we start using our people wisely and put them in a position where they can be successful, what are we going to do? Because next year's budget's going to come, and it's still going to be almost impossible. And up here, what I hear is, well, you know, it's been a tough year. It's been a hard year, and we had to sacrifice. I don't think we sacrificed a whole lot. I mean, if we're going to have a $1 billion budget this year, that is ridiculous. And there's no way that we should be spending money to come up with a $1 billion budget. And with that, I make a motion to approve 6E1, 6F1.
Did you want to approve them?
Pardon me?
I thought you wanted to vote against them.
I am, okay.
But you can,
No, go ahead.
you don't want to approve them.
No.
Okay, then you can make a motion to not approve, or she can make.
How about if the vice mayor
Okay.
makes a motion?
You make
Motion to approve consent calendar items 6E1, 6F2, and 6F1 and 6H5.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Council Members Weir and Bashertash voting no, and Council Member Smith absent.
Thank you. And now we'll separately consider 6J2. Councilmember Bashir Tosh and Weir asked for that to be pulled. Councilmember Bashir Tosh?
Yeah, I just, when I was looking at those, both of those are consulting companies. I was just thinking in light of where our budget is, and I felt like we have staff that do those, that facilitate those roles, and it was kind of, you know, an extra icing for that. And I don't think this is the year of extra icing. I just don't see a need for those additional agreements for us to continue on. I think it might be, I think it's wasteful from my perspective at this point in time with our budget the way it is. So I requested those get pulled.
Councilmember Bashir Tosh. So that would be 6J2, 6J3, and 6J5.
6J5, I wanted it pulled because that's such a massive agreement that we've made with Transwest. And what do they do? And I'm not asking for you to answer that question. I just feel like if you're a company and you're getting taxpayer money and you're providing a service, you should be giving check-ins and reporting what your company does for taxpayers, especially because it's so much money. That was my request on that. So,
Would you like all three of those considered together as one vote or separately?
I would, if I could get 6J5 deferred to a later meeting until those questions get answered, what Transwest is actually providing. If we can get someone from the two separate motions. But yeah, 6J2 and 6J3 would be together, and 6J5 would be, I would like to defer that to another meeting.
Okay. Vice Mayor? 6J2 and 6J3. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to be clear on what the motion is going to be. Are we going to defer those to them, or are we trying to deny those?
Right now, I believe the motion is going to be on 6J2 and 6J3. Vice Mayor, are you going to make a motion to approve them? Just those two. And then we'll consider 6J5 separately.
Okay. So I just wanted to say on that one particular one, 6J2, I don't have anything to say about 6J3, but the work that is proposed in that, whether it's a contractor or however we do it, I think it's important work because we really need to have a better understanding of how we attract people and businesses to Bakersfield. We have this problem in recruiting at higher levels, people not wanting to come to Bakersfield. So, but I'll just wait for the motion and we'll see how it shakes out. So thank you, Mayor, for entertaining.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yeah, I want to say I appreciate Councilmember Bashir-Tash's analogy of icing and what is actually cake, what is actually necessary versus what are some luxuries that we can't afford at this moment. And I think we all need to be sensitive to that. But I wonder, though, in the context of what Mr. Turnipseed lifted up just moments ago with the need to grow and diversify our regional economy in order for us to support the not only growing population, making sure there's good jobs, but also making sure that the city can sustain itself and still deliver city services. And I think, by the way, Mr. Weir mentioned that, the budget has continued to grow since the 60s, and I think our city has grown. I mean, our city has grown, I think, doubled in size over the last 25 to 30 years. And so with more population, with more land area, there are more needs and there are more services that are required. And so clearly that means the additional expenditures. And so the hope is that revenue increases in tandem, that we have sales tax revenue that's generated by new economic development, that we're selling goods and services outside of our region and bringing in new tax dollars inside. That's what a good city should be looking towards. And my impression when I read this contract was that is in fact what we're looking towards. We're being strategic at looking at what new industries we can bring into this community. And so I wanted to ask, though, if someone from staff can come down and just describe to us what is the value added here on this particular contract, and how is this different from the work that is performed by city staff day in and day out?
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. We'll ask Jason Cater to speak a little bit to some of the specifics, but high level, I would just reflect that as we have transitioned our economic development efforts in this last 6 to 12 months to be very focused and have a very small team that of city staff, but then relies on we think more economical contract relationships to do additional work that's either not our highest level of expertise, or even frankly we can do it more cost effectively by contract than by having those city employees that also carry some of those administrative overhead costs. And in big picture, what we recognize that we need to play a different role in representing ourselves at a broader effort outside of our region to bring large capital into our region. And there are individuals who that is their area of expertise, and they have many contacts, and as well as we need to be able to paint a picture for our community. Many communities will have what we consider an economic development profile or prospectus, and the city of Bakersfield has never developed one of those. We've done a pretty darn good job without one of still attracting new development, but this is an opportunity to take it to another level. But I'll let Mr. Cater add anything to that.
Mr. Cater.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, to City Manager Clay's comments. That is correct. This contract tonight is a one-year contract. We're looking at some capacity and structural and strategy analysis for how do we go after attracting investment into our region. And so the company we're proposing to work with tonight has representatives across North America, Europe, and they actually just expanded into Kenya. And so they do this for clients across North America, looking at their region, helping them through that global network, and really helping them expand and position themselves in that attraction market. So we're looking at this for sort of a one-year contract to help us kind of refine that process and also build our staff's capacity so that we're in these networks prepared to also expand on our abilities to go out and leverage these networks for expansion.
Thank you, Mr. Cater. Anything else, Councilmember Gonzalez? Vice Mayor.
Thank you for that, and thank you for elaborating. I had some of the same questions and was hoping we'd receive that same information that Councilmember Gonzalez asked. So in your initial conversations with this particular firm, what have they shared would be fitting industries, or even in your expert opinion, what are we looking to add or amplify or elevate in terms of our industrial profile as a city? And how do they plug in to provide that? What are those initial conversations have been, or what can we look to expect?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Cord, thank you for that. So they're going to look to us to see what our industries are that we're targeting. So no, as the council adopted 5 years ago, the Economic Development Strategic Plan, we identified manufacturing, logistics, energy, both traditional and renewable, and business services are our target industries. They'll look at our profile, they'll look at our workforce, and they'll also really give us insights into where investment trends are heading. They have a team that runs data research on foreign direct investment as well as domestic direct investment. So they'll really get into the weeds of where is the money going. They have a team and a network that's expanded across the continent. So they'll also have those relationships to see who's actually looking to make the investments that are aligned with our region. But we'll start with our region and what we have, and they'll use their systems and their networks to look for what their opportunities are.
Where are those trends heading, both domestically and globally?
In terms of foreign direct investment,
Right, like what do they share as to like where are those trends heading?
We haven't had too much deep dive on that at this point. I think part of the discussion at like Select USA, our government is prioritizing ag tech, certain spaces of energy, manufacturing. So those are kind of the trends that we'll probably be looking at. But to your question, Vice Mayor, we're happy to bring back more of a report. That's kind of the detail we're going to be working into as we move forward with this service.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Cater. Thank you for sharing those information. And I definitely see a value in that. My point that I'm trying to make, and I hope that my colleagues will understand, is that we had a very wealthy investor in East Bakersfield talking about they're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to clean up an area to invest in our community. And we're going to spend $200,000 on trying to get those people to come here instead of answering the call. Why would I want to spend my money in this community when it looks like if there's trash in an area and if I have to fight homeless people to do my business, why would I do business here? That's how you attract business people. I mean, it's just common sense. You could offer someone the world, but if they don't see a return on their investment because they're going to be paying to deal with transients and damage and all kinds of stuff in our community and all the neighbors in our community, they're not going to do it. And so my point is, I think that our $200,000 would go a lot further by helping out this area of Del Oro, making sure that trash isn't getting dumped and camps aren't getting built, much more than it would be trying to get a company to come in and hopefully they have a nice pair of rose-colored goggles and they can see past all the trash and damage in our community and lack of infrastructure. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Thank you.
Motion to approve items 6J2 and 6J3.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Council Members Weir and Bashir Tash voting no, and Councilmember Smith absent.
Thank you. And now 6J5, Councilmember Bashir Tosh, would you like to make a motion on that?
Yeah, I would just like to make a motion to defer that or refer that back to staff for a better reporter to give opportunity for the company to come speak to what they actually do and the services they're providing. Maybe some data, some real data of how it benefits to continue to get taxpayer money.
Yeah, the council member, Bashir Tash, we welcome that opportunity. Just a point of clarity. Are you specifically asking for them to come and give a presentation to the council? Do you want a written report in front of council, in front of a committee?
To be honest, I would take an email. I like to read. I would do my homework. Yeah.
Yeah, happy to do that, council
Shared
member.
shared with everybody, though.
Yeah. We can send it to the full council. Transwest provides us monthly reports, and they meet once a week with Lieutenant Anderberg to understand how to deploy them for community vitality as a force multiplier in support of the police department. But we're happy to provide that information and report.
I need
Madam
some
City
clarity
Attorney?
as to whether or not the motion includes approval of the agreement. Okay, good.
Right? You have a motion. Please cast your votes. This is to continue. Yes, to defer. Get more information. We'll vote on it at another time and after staff brings it back.
Should it say staff recommends approval of the amendment?
Madam City Attorney?
If I understand Councilmember Bashir Tash's motion, we're removing this item and we are deferring it to a later point, the amendment of the agreement. So you are making a motion to not approve the amendment. It's going to come back at a later point in time. Yep.
Just that on our technology, it says that staff is recommending approval of the item.
So the language here is different than what the motion is. So what does a yes vote mean? What does a no vote mean? That clarity would be helpful.
A yes vote means, a yes vote to Councilmember Bashir Tash's motion means that you are not approving any money tonight to go to Transwest. The whole item is going to come back to you at a later time.
Any other questions on this? All right. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Smith absent.
Thank you. And now, next item, please.
Hearings, item 8A, public appeal hearing to consider Planning Commission's approval of Director's Review 25-0002 and modification number 25-0007 and its notice of exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act. Scout Services requested a Director's Review and approval number 25-0002 to installation of a lattice tower to accommodate the city's public safety radio system and related installation of new equipment, shelter, and generator equipment, and zone modification number 25-0007 to permit a tower height of 150 feet and located within 300 feet of residentially zoned property located at 1000 Buena Vista Road. Bo Koenig submitted an appeal to the Planning Commission's approval.
Thank you. So for this public hearing item, each side will be allowed 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes for all speakers per side. So it's important that you identify yourself, make your statement succinctly so others may speak. Also, please note that we have a court reporter present that will be transcribing the hearing item, and therefore it's important that you speak slowly and clearly so that we can have an accurate record. We'll hear statements from those opposed to the staff's recommendation first. Then we'll hear from those who would like to speak in favor of the staff recommendation. If there is testimony on both sides, each side will be allowed a 5-minute rebuttal. There's a clock on the TV screens behind me which indicates 15 minutes. Please step to the microphone, identify yourself. After 14 minutes, a yellow light will come on. At the end of 15 minutes, a red light will flash, indicating your time is up. Quickly end your statement. You may ask questions during your statement, but they won't be addressed until the public hearing is closed. If you have written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, give them to the clerk. She'll provide copies to the council, and we ask that you be courteous to others who wish to speak. Mr. Clegg?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Staff from Development Services and staff from Technology Services will walk through details in a presentation on this item. Before they get into those details, if I could over-summarize this issue and may provide some summarization at the end of the presentations as well. We understand much of the feedback we received around this topic. We've taken this matter up very thoughtfully to try and mitigate any impacts that are possible. At the end of the day, we developed a proposal that has the least impact to the least amount of people that is possible while still accomplishing a very important public safety goal. And at the end of the day, we have a very important public safety radio system that we need to perform and function to benefit our community. And again, we'll walk through each of the details of the concerns that have been raised, but what it boils down to is needing to meet that public safety need with the least amount of impacts possible. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. I just want to get to why are we here tonight. What this is a appeal of a zone modification to allow a tower height from a allowed 65 feet to 150 feet in an R3 zone on a 5.26 acre site at 1000 Buena Vista Road. To give you a little background, back on November 13th, there was a planning director's hearing which opposition showed up at the hearing. And anytime we have opposition in a planning director's hearing, they're automatically pushed to planning commission. So then a hearing was scheduled for February 5th, 2026. That project, the project was agendized. However, before the hearing, staff recognized that there was an issue, so it was sent back to staff. And then on February 19th, Planning Commission approved the director's review of this particular zone mod, which was then appealed on February 27th by Mr. Koenig. So we're here tonight to review the project. Ms. Katie Reed with Tech Services will provide a presentation, and then I believe she has Motorola will provide a follow-up for the staff's presentation.
Come in. Yes, lower the mic, please.
There was a young mother up here who talked about being nervous, and I've done this a few times, and I'm still nervous, so she has nothing to be ashamed of, definitely.
Can you talk into the mic a little bit more, please? Yes. Thank you.
So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Katie Reed, Assistant Director of Technology Services, and I will be presenting the city's position on this item this evening. Since Mr. Burns already provided some background information on the project, I'll just briefly walk through the timeline and then address the appellant's concerns. And I know it's been a long evening, so I will try to be as brief as possible, but there's a lot to get to. So very quickly, from the beginning, Technology Services has taken a measured and thoughtful approach to this project. In 2015, we hired a consultant to come in and do an assessment of our public safety radio system, and quickly learned that our city had outgrown the system's reach, and that the equipment was quickly aging outside of its lifespan. Over the next several years, they were spent on internal discussions and research. City and the county, who was in a similar situation, worked together with Federal Engineering, a leading public safety communications consulting firm, to develop and release a request for qualifications and then later a request for proposal. After a lengthy review process, Motorola Solutions Incorporated was awarded the contract, and in 2023, Council approved amendment number 2023-137 for an initial cost of $27 million to replace our radio system. The site at 1000 Buena Vista Road was chosen because the city already owns the site, and historically it has housed a communication tower. The current existing 80-foot tower was installed in 2003, replacing a tower that was already in existence when the city took over that site. And that was a replacement, just as this proposed 150-foot tower is a replacement of the current 80-foot tower. The site is secured by chain link and barbed wire and a block wall, making it an optimal site for site prep and cost savings. Now, I will say Motorola originally assessed the existing tower for suitability, but found it does not provide the height necessary to give adequate coverage to the area. A new tower at 150 feet, installed approximately 50 feet from the existing location, will provide the additional height necessary for reliable communications now, as well as allowing for potential building and vegetation growth to maintain the 99.999% reliability rating required for public safety. That's particularly in the northwest of town, where perhaps Chief Stratton can speak to. We have already had issues with officer safety and poor communications. Now, in terms of the appeal received, I want to address the appellant's concern and provide responses for each. So, concern number one, health concerns for school children and neighborhood residents. I always do this. So, I think sometimes it's hard to understand that we're not just city residents, our city employees. We are city residents. I myself, I live in the Northeast. My daughter graduated from Highland High School. We, just as the constituents who come and speak to your council, want healthy, vibrant neighborhoods, just as much as anybody else, which is why Technology Services brought in experts in the field to help partner with us on this project. All telecommunication systems are required to pass Federal Communication Commission's, or FCC, regulations for radio frequency emissions, or RF emissions, to ensure the safety of our neighborhoods and that this site meets those regulations. The city engaged an independent third-party firm to provide an emissions assessment of the site based on the planned equipment. At this time, I would like to invite Brady Weston up to discuss the assessment and how this site does meet the FCC standards. Brady is the project's systems engineer, and he has 16 years' experience in the public safety communications industry. Brady?
All right. Good evening. Thank you, Katie, and good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brady Weston. I'm the system engineer for the project. I've worked for Motorola for 16 years, built many systems in California and various parts of the country in the West. I've been asked to address the safety concerns of the RF site and the emission assessment report that the city performed. So the headline of that report is that the proposed 150-foot tower, the maximum ground level exposure sits at 0.1% of the federal limit. Among other things, the federal limit is designed to safeguard all general populations, as well as meet your public safety reliability concerns. So ag water is, so I call it ag water, but it's the Buena Vista site. So our project calls it ag water. It's our name for that site. But the site at Buena Vista is an essential node to the city's public safety radio system. The 150-foot height is strictly required to clear environmental obstacles like mature trees growing in the area, giving us clear line of sight to adjacent towers in the city of Bakersfield. There are 6 other sites in the network that guarantee that our police, fire, and medical teams have continuous, uninterrupted radio coverage throughout Bakersfield during the life-critical emergencies that happen daily. So the FCC is the governing body of all RF standards and emissions. From the phones we have in our pockets to the radio towers that are installed, they regulate all of the benchmarks that enforce their limits. In their terms, the general population benchmark enforces a mandatory 50-fold safety margin below any measurable tissue heating effects. This standard assumes continuous 24/7 lifetime exposure and is explicitly designed to protect the most vulnerable demographics, including children. Under the Telecommunications Act of 1996, local governments are expressly prohibited from regulating the placement of wireless facilities on the basis of RF environmental effects, provided the facility complies with FCC regulations. Now, for any citizen wishing to research these standards independently, the FCC maintains an open RF safety FAQ portal maintained by the Office of Engineering and Technology. This site translates complex physics into plain English answers. Now, anyone wishing to further research the topic can go to this website and click many of the questions that I'm going to answer here today. All right, concerning the project. So engineering as mitigation. So in RF engineering, height acts as the primary mitigation for RF exposure. Essentially, moving our antennas from the previously planned 80-foot tower up to 150 feet creates significant vertical separation from the public. The graph that you see here displays that energy density decreases dramatically with distance. As this curve demonstrates, the drop in RF energy is exponential. Raising the antenna from 80 feet to 150 feet vertical radius reduces that energy level at ground level. Furthermore, public safety antennas are highly directional. Their aim is to the horizon. Those main lobes that you see coming off the antenna are specifically selected so that the coverage reaches as far as possible to areas that do not currently have coverage. Now, the area right below the tower, we sometimes call it or cone it the cone of silence. In reality, there is signal there, but it's much less than the outstanding areas because of the signal level that is concentrated on the horizon to provide the radio coverage that these public safety officers need in remote areas. Now, the report specifically, if you've already looked at it, has 3 numbers on it. The very first one is what are the readings at ground level, tree level, and right directly in front of the antennas on the tower. So specifically, the 0.01% is 10,000 times below the limit of the FCC mandate. Now, the antenna level right at the dish height at 150 feet does have large emissions. However, that's only concerning someone that would be standing right in front of it at 150 feet, which is inaccessible to the general public. Now, in pure numbers, the FCC limit is 300 microwatts per centimeter squared, and our projected project is 0.3 microwatts per centimeter squared at the ground level. So again, that's 1/10,000th below the limit of the FCC required. Now let's contextualize this. A cell phone produces 63% of the limit. Microwave oven at 2 feet is 2%. A Wi-Fi router in your home at 1 foot is 0.8%. And our tower at ground level is 0.01%, significantly less than common household products. Now, there are a few scientific exhibits in the in the claims. We assessed these exhibits, and regarding the cited animal studies, hold on, I'm a little ahead of myself. Yeah, so the first two exhibits, we've reviewed them, and the exhibits submitted by the appellant, every study cited involves exposure scenarios different from the 150-foot tower. The appellant cites literature regarding children's thinner skulls being vulnerable to RF absorption. However, those cited studies discuss handheld devices, like phones, used close to the body. These arguments do not apply when actual exposure at ground level is near 0%. Now, the last scientific exhibits regarding cited animal studies, the National Toxicology Program subjected rats to whole body saturation in chambers. The lead scientist of those studies stated, quote unquote, these exposures cannot be compared directly to the exposure that humans experience. And then finally, Dr. Mayo's study evaluated a high exposure group receiving approximately 10 microwatts per square centimeter. Our facility ground emissions are roughly 1,000 times lower than that use case. I'll hand over the remainder of the time to Katie to address the remaining concerns.
Thank you, Brady. We'll go through these next slides, hopefully relatively quickly. So the second concern in the appeal was inadequate notice of affected residents and violation of due process. The Bakersfield Municipal Code, Section 17.64-.050A outlines noticing requirements, but it does not qualify what those noticing requirements are based on project size or type. The city did comply with all notice requirements as outlined in this section of the municipal code. Concern number 3, constructive taking and diminution of property values. Simply approving this project does not constitute constructive taking. Whether a tower will diminish neighborhood property values is subjective and speculative, and there is no evidence provided to establish otherwise. Number 4, failure to make required findings. The whole purpose of the municipal code is to allow for non-standard projects such as this that do not fit neatly into the ordinances. The city properly applied these principles for the zone modification, which went through an application review process. Concern 5, improper CEQA exemptions. This project is exempt from CEQA because the tower is a replacement tower for what exists in the same site as the existing tower with substantially the same purpose and use. Therefore, the project is exempt. And the final concern, failure to consider alternative sites. From the start of the project, the plan was always to use existing sites where possible, as shifting to new site locations will increase costs and delays. However, after the Planning Commission, at the behest of the city, Motorola did conduct a preliminary review of potential alternate sites. As previously stated, reuse of the existing tower is not feasible at its height, as it will not provide the reliable coverage. And while the park at Riverwalk was identified as a viable solution, there are concerns regarding the location. It's widely recognized that the park at Riverwalk and the adjacent Kern River Parkway Trail are very high value jewels of the city for amenities. Excuse me. Both facilities are highly utilized by residents and visitors alike and are considered important community assets. The potential of having the tower located at the park would require careful consideration of potential impacts on public access, recreational opportunities, and the overall user experience. Given the public location of the tower at this location, there would be additional costs for security measures such as chain link fencing with razor wire and security camera installations. Should this council direct staff to relocate the tower, there would be impacts to both the project costs and the timelines. There are estimates provided here that are preliminary. The amendment that we would have to bring back to council would provide more detailed scope. Ultimately, we cannot sustain long-term delays without the risk of degradation to our current radio system. The current system is outdated. Sourcing replacement parts is difficult. Historically, we have had to purchase used parts from other cities or resorted to eBay. Police Chief Stratton can attest to issues we have already had in the Northwest regarding public officer safety. That was band-aided with a temporary tower, but that is not a full-time solution. And finally, we are reaching the end of life of our long-term lease through Chevron, who would like to have our equipment taken off of the tower. If we have to take our equipment off of their tower before this new system is in place, we will lose significant coverage on the north side of the city. So with that, I'd like to thank the mayor and council for listening to our presentation. I know it's already been a long night, and this is one more thing on your list. Staff is available for questions, as is our project management firm and our
Thank you, Ms.
contractor.
Reed. We'll have to go to the public first. Thank you, Ms. Reed. Thank you, Mr. Weston, and I'll throw it back to City Manager Clegg.
Very briefly, Mayor and Council, I just wanted to reiterate that the procedural or process considerations or concerns that had been raised have all been addressed. And we took very seriously the concerns raised about health, but as was laid out very clearly, the emissions exposure is almost zero, particularly compared to cell phones, which are 63% of the daily limit of emissions that one should receive. This tower, for our families and children in particular, does not pose a threat. Their cell phones do. And ultimately, we recognize that there are some aesthetic considerations with this project. I think that's really what it boils down to. But it's about, again, providing a public safety critical need and limiting the aesthetic impositions to as little as possible, which this site does above all other sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. I've received 4 cards, public speaker request cards, and I just want to confirm that they're all in opposition before I open the hearing. Is anybody who submitted a card in favor? Okay. So at this time, public hearing item 8A is open. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to staff's recommendation? This would be the time to come. So, City Clerk, please call the first speaker.
Jim Foreman.
Mr. Foreman? Doesn't appear to be here. Would you call the next one, please?
Bo Koenig.
City Clerk, would you read those? My copy is very hard to read.
Mark Merrifield and Kristen Zabin.
Before I begin, I'd like to provide a copy of the appeal to the city Madam Clerk in the event she needs to refer to anything. And I also...
Would you please speak into the microphone because we have a court reporter here?
I also wasn't aware that I couldn't present photos without submitting it electronically to the systems, but I do have photos that I would like to share with the city council members, if I could.
Are you able to put those on the other screen, Madam City Clerk, the projector? We don't have a projector. We'll pass them around.
I can leave them here. Sorry, I didn't know the clock was already starting. Good evening, Mayor Go and members of the City Council. My name is Bo Koenig. I live at 10922 Roslyn Lane. I am one of the 6 noticed residents that are within the 300-foot radius of this new proposed tower. My appeal is at pages 1387 through 1518 of tonight's packet. I want to be very clear up front. I fully support the modernization of Bakersfield's public safety radio system. What I'm asking you to do tonight is enforce the city's own ordinance and the CEQA, neither of which permits approval of the project at this location on the record that staff has put in front of you. Before I get into the CEQA argument, one of the main consensus we all have here tonight is to further the investment and prosperity of our city, and I think everybody here is on board with that. This project is a nearly $30 million project with approximately 7 of these towers going up around the county. It's a significant investment, and it's something that we would want to get a return on investment with. The current tower was in place, approximately maybe 30 years ago. The area was not densely populated. We've grown west significantly since then, and the technology has become outdated, which needs replacement. So when we're about to put up a new tower, which is purportedly multiple millions of dollars, we want to make sure that we are going to get a future return on investment over the decades to come. We don't know what technology is going to come down the road, but we do know that that school is potentially never going to move. Those homes right there, the residential community, is not going to move. These things are all stationary, but what does move is technology and return on investment over time. In other words, we don't want to be limited on things we might come across 10 or 15 years from now if laws change and decide that these things can't be near a school. Or we've got towers around California and around the world where people are moving them away from schools with minimum setbacks of 1,300 feet based upon safety concerns, falling concerns, all sorts of environmental concerns. The proposed movement to an area with the commercial infrastructure that's reportedly there at the park would be a much more return on investment for the community and probably alleviate the concerns of the community that are in the immediate section of where it is proposed to be right now. With that said, I do want to talk about CEQA. At page 1363 of the packet, staff invokes CEQA guidelines, section 15302. The Class 2 categorical exemption for replacement or reconstruction of existing structure with substantially the same purpose and capacity. However, several pages earlier on 1358, the same staff report tells you this new system will eventually provide coverage across Kern County. That's significantly different than the system that is there right now. that is materially a larger purpose and capacity than the existing on-site facility just by definition. A 150-foot lattice tower with a new generator, new equipment shelter, and county-wide reach is not a replacement of what there is there today. It's a new tower. It's a new commercial infrastructure going in. Staff cites Dane versus County of Santa Clarita, but Dane only allows component level monetization while overall purpose and capacity stay the same. Staff's own description on page 1358 takes this project outside of Dane. Even if council were to include the stretch class 2, they still have the unusual circumstances exception in the CEQA guidelines of 15300.2C, which forecloses it. Under Berkeley Hills Preservation versus City of Berkeley, all I would have to show is a fair argument that unusual circumstances may produce a significant effect. In a 150-foot tower, 130 feet from residential zoned properties and immediately adjacent to Ronald Reagan Elementary School, which is, in my opinion, about 350 feet away from the tower because it's in my backyard. Half of my backyard is Ronald Reagan School. The other half becomes the canal and where the water tower is currently at. But from a residentially zoned property and immediately adjacent to Ronald Reagan School, it's a textbook unusual circumstance. In addition, we have aesthetics and fall zone safety issues. There is a visual dominance over the homes and schools, as well as structural failure and risk near children. Before this council adopts CEQA exemption finding, I would ask you recommend to staff for an initial study, or in the alternative, continue this hearing so that the record can be completed with a fair argument evidence in my exhibits A through L beginning at page 1387. My next point that I would like to take, I'm going to run out of time. There's so much to address here, and with the notice period, it is important. My notice argument cites BMC section 1764-050A, the 10-day mailing to property owners within 300 feet. That subsection A is a notice protocol for director review decisions made by the planning director. This is not what this hearing is today. The Planning Commission appeal hearing on a referred director review item and a zoning modification, the notice protocol applies here as subsection B. It's not A. It's a different subsection. And this is specifically a broader section. Subsection B requires, in addition to the 300-foot mailing, 3 things staff has not shown on the record to you. B3, mailed or delivered notice to each local agency expected to provide essential facilities or services to the project that include Panama Buena Vista Union School District, because they provide school. It's an public agency that provides schooling, which operates Ronald Reagan, and it's immediately adjacent to the tower. We also have B5, which publication in at least one newspaper of general circulation in the city at least 10 days prior to the hearing. I don't see that that was done in the record. B6, mailed notice to every person who has filed a written request for notice with the planning director. I'm not sure if anybody did that or not, but I don't see that addressed. And B7, which I know has not been done, any signs, there are no signs posted on the property indicating the date, time, and place of this hearing. I don't see the record where a photo has been submitted with a declaration. And if we're missing any one of these items under subsection B, notice fails. In essence, we wouldn't even withstand a writ because we'd come right back here on the very same issue because proper notice wasn't given to the community. The findings on page 1368, they're all conclusory. That will not survive a writ review. The draft resolution at page 1367 through 69 recites BMC sections 1764060B, finding and conclusory form, that modification will not be materially detrimental and that the necessary, and it's not inconsistent with general plan in the code. The California Supreme Court in Topanga versus County of Los Angeles requires that findings bridge the analytical gap between evidence and conclusions. Reciting the conclusions is not making a finding. On this site, what record evidence supports a finding that a tower more than twice the 65-foot height limit in BMC 175903B2 and cited 130 feet from residentially zoned property, where the baseline standard is 300 feet. We are approximately two-thirds closer than the baseline to residential properties. It is, and that's not materially detrimental. On page 1361, staff acknowledges that the tower is approximately 132 feet from residential zoned property. There is no analysis of why this departure from two substantive standards is not detrimental. The alternative site analysis was post hoc and rests on the city's own pure choices. We're talking about a potential $300,000 assessment to move this a few hundred yards over to the park. On a nearly $30 million funding that was to put this entire project together, we're talking $300,000 is almost maybe 1%. And it would solve a lot of the issues. And that is a very small investment for the city to take in order to preserve their ROI and have this in an area that would have growth in the future and potentially not be limited should laws change with these things related near schools in the future. I'm going to go ahead and just ask three things. I'm going to skip over some of the other stuff because I need to leave time for my fellow colleagues. 6 homes were noticed. We have 4 of those people here out of the 6. One of the homes, the individual I think just moved in. I couldn't even get in contact with them. They're not there on a regular basis. And the other individual had to leave early tonight for his children. He didn't know it was going to take this long. But I would ask to do 3 things tonight in order of preference: grant the appeal and direct staff to relocate the tower to a non-residential parcel, most likely Riverwalk, and prepare the appropriate CQA review. Remand the Planning Commission direction to prepare an initial study under CEQA, conduct a genuine alternate site analysis, and make findings tied to the record under Topanga. And 3, continue this hearing for proof of the record that the city has complied with full sections of notice protocol and for a fair argument evidence in my appeal to be addressed. I have submitted some pictures to you of what this will potentially look like. I don't see it constructed yet, but it's a massive thing to put in somebody's backyard and right near the school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Koenig. Would you please give your written comments to the city clerk? And we do have copies for the record of the photos that you submitted. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Is there somebody that you would wish on your team to speak?
Hello, my name is Mark Merrifield. I am also one of the neighbors that has to live next to this thing. The earlier comments that I heard earlier in support of this really boils my blood. When they say there's no known, hurt of your property value, but they come right back to it and talk about how the crown jewel of this park, that they don't want to disrupt the crown jewel of the park by moving this, just absolutely makes no freaking sense to me whatsoever. That's just completely whatever. I won't say it. But we have to think about our kids. yes, we've got all this data here, but what happens when we find out in 5, 10 years, whatever, oh yeah, well, yeah, we have an uptick in autism because these kids or their kids have more autism, or the cancer is increased. These are all things that we think we're safe, but we hear every day that some type of rule changes, like, oh, now this causes cancer. We didn't know that 5 years ago. This was all okay. What happens when we go down this road and we figure out, oh yeah, this was a bad idea? Can you sleep with that? I can't.
Thank you, Mr. Merrifield. Ms. Damon. We're down to 12 seconds.
I'll make it quick. Good evening. Thank you so much. My name is Kristen Zabin. I'm here tonight as a concerned parent whose children will be attending Ronald Reagan Elementary, and frankly, I'm frustrated that we are having this conversation. If this proposed 150-foot RF tower is completely harmless, then why do so many communities such as Lakeway, Texas, Conroe, Texas, Brookfield, Connecticut, North Haven, Connecticut, just to name a few, require setbacks from schools? Why are parents across the country raising concerns, and why are we being asked to accept the unknowns when it comes to our children? We are told this tower meets current standards, but standards change, respectfully. Science evolves. There was a time when people were told certain products and practices were safe, only to learn that years later they weren't. The reality is that once the damage is done, it is too late to take it back. Our children are not guinea pigs. They are not a research project. They are not a revenue source. And at this time, I truly believe there is not enough evidence or research to show that the rays do not cause long-term harm. A school should be a place for learning, playing, and growing, not a place where we gamble on long-term exposure because someone says the risk is probably low. What makes this more frustrating is that there appears to be a reasonable alternative. There is a location in Riverwalk, which we've spoken about, which is approximately the same distance from the police station and serves, instead of placing a 100-foot tower so closely to our school environment, especially now learning that the exact original location of the current tower won't be used anyways, which from what Katie had said will not make this exempt. If there is another viable option that removes this controversy and puts distance between the tower and our children, why are we not pursuing it? The areas in Texas and Connecticut that I mentioned earlier require setbacks, not because they're anti-technology, but because there was a reasonable alternative location. This isn't about being anti-technology. It's about using common sense and putting our children first. So I'm asking strongly that you reconsider the location of this tower. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sabin. And at this point, I think we're going to need a break before we continue. Madam City Attorney?
Mayor, would you like to hear the people in support first before you take a break?
Yes, I didn't get any requests. Oh, there are? Yes, okay. We do have people in support. So before we take the break, Fire Chief Albertson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. Just prepared a short statement. Bakersfield Fire Department radio communication systems is one of the most critical pieces of public safety infrastructure, supporting emergency response throughout the city. Every 911 call, whether medical emergency, structure fire, traffic collision, hazardous materials incident, or rescue, depends on reliable communications between dispatchers, firefighters, incident commanders, and partnering agencies. When firefighters enter a burning building or operate at a complex emergency scene, radio communications becomes their lifeline. Personnel must be able to communicate changing conditions, request resources, report emergencies, and coordinate operations in real time. Any loss of communication can place firefighters and the public at significant risk. The city's radio system also provides the foundation for coordination with Bakersfield Police Department, Kern County Fire Department, Hall Ambulance, and numerous local, state, and federal agencies during large-scale incidents and disasters. Reliable communications ensures that all responding agencies can work together effectively under a unified command structure. As Bakersfield continues to grow, maintaining and improving radio coverage remains essential. Existing infrastructure must be modernized to address aging equipment, improve system reliability, and provide redundancy during emergencies, and enhance coverage in areas where communication challenges exist. These improvements help ensure emergency responders can communicate clearly and consistently throughout the community, invest in radio communication systems, and invest in firefighter safety. Emergency response effectiveness and public safety, it helps ensure that when residents call 911, the personnel responding to their emergency have communication tools necessary to protect lives and property. Simply, radio communications are not a convenience. They are mission-critical life safety systems. Reliable communication allows firefighters to do their jobs safely, coordinate effective during emergencies, and provide levels of service our community expects and deserves. I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't know much about the technical specs on it, but if you guys have any questions, happy to answer them.
We'll come back to that. Thank you, Chief Albertson. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of staff's recommendation? Chief Stratton.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Similar to Chief Albertson, I just want to extend the police department's support of this radio project. Public safety relies on communication. Each of our officers every day utilize the radios to serve the people of our community. We need these radio communications to be able to communicate with the fire department as well as allied agencies. As our infrastructure is aging and as our city is continuing to grow, there's been a variety of instances, some that I've personally experienced, where we're trying to get out radio communications and we don't have the ability to be able to communicate. Ms. Reed referenced incidents that we've had of very violent incidents where our officers have actually been shot and not been able to relay critical information about a person who's actively shooting in a neighborhood to responding officers. So we've definitely, this is something that absolutely impacts public safety, and we're in support of seeing this radio system project move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Stratton. Anyone else who'd like to speak in support of staff's recommendation? Seeing none, before we go on the break, we now have an opportunity for rebuttal. So there's a 5-minute rebuttal. Would anybody like to speak in opposition as a rebuttal? Is that Yolanda Hui? Welcome.
Hello. Mayor and member of City Council, I totally agree with my neighborhood. What he said that, we have is like my concern is like it would be directly affect to our home, and it would be affect to our student and family and neighborhood, the property value and generator noise, and also location, environment, and the review, and all. The main thing is our concern is like for health, safety, and the environment for everyone. So we are totally agree with all our neighborhood, the way they set. So we are not agree with this project for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hui.
Yeah, thank you for your time and consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking to rebut in opposition? Mr. Koenig?
Thank you.
Go ahead and identify yourself just for the record.
Bo Koenig, thank you. The notes that I provided to you guys, are those going to be part of the AR, the administrative record?
Madam City Attorney?
I'm seeing a yes nodded by Madam Clerk, but...
Everything that you submitted is part of the record, yes.
Okay. I want to point out that I'm in agreement. The project's great. Nobody here that I can see is opposing the new towers going up around the city. I think what we're here is saying, let's move this one to a more utilized spot that's better for everyone. It's better for the city. It's better for the children. It's better for the residential community. And I have a feeling if this goes back out and noticed properly, you will get a more influx of people with opinions in opposition for this. And I think that's what we're really after. What does Bakersfield want? And I think we all want the same thing. I just think that this particular location is not the solution. I'm sorry that they started this a long time ago, but they just brought it to our attention at the 11th hour. And so if they are going to piggyback off of, well, we're so far along in the process, that's not our fault. We had no idea this was going in. We could have given our opinion much sooner and we could have put all the resources and save money into possibly a better spot. And so we strongly oppose the location. If you guys do have a chance to drive out there, this thing will just massively be seen over trees by twofold. And I think they're even trying to take out the trees that are around the current spot that are fully grown, which is even going to make this thing even more visible. Here we are planting trees throughout the entire city, and they're taking them out where it's actually hiding the aesthetic monster per se. But no matter what trees we do put in, they won't come up to the height of this thing, and this thing will never fit in where it's proposed to go. With that said, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Koenig. Anyone else wishing to rebut in opposition to staff's recommendation? Seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to rebut in support of staff's recommendation? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and return it to council for comment and action after our break. So let's take 10 minutes now. Thank you. So the public hearing has been closed, and now we are returning it to council for comment and action. Councilmember Coleman, this is in your ward.
Wrong button, sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions for staff on this. This is more of an abstract question. Who specifies these communication systems that require 150-foot towers? I mean, we're doing satellite now with the little thing on your antenna or on your roof of your house, and you can talk to anybody in the world. So why do we still do 150-foot towers?
Thank you, Councilmember, Mayor, council members. Those specifications are engineered by the land mobile radio company that we contracted with, which would be Motorola Solutions Incorporated, based off of distance from one tower to the next, bandwidth of the radios, and area of coverage. So essentially, it is a system that would be owned in part with the city, part with the county, working holistically together, providing countywide communications. And that's how land mobile radio works, rather than satellite radio for your phone or cellular communications where you have smaller towers on the side of the buildings and so forth. But if you want maybe specific answers, I don't know if, okay.
So to address your question directly, in the bid process, there was a bid spec put together that Motorola responded to, and it has specific requirements for us to cover certain geographical areas. So just based on physics, we needed certain height at certain strategic areas in the city. We started with, existing sites to reduce costs and things like that. So it's mainly math. You put an antenna at a certain height, you have free space loss from A to B, and you try to put a number of sites that cover, in this case, it's the city of Bakersfield city limits. So we got a map that said, hey, we want reliable coverage in 95% of your service area. And so that dictated our studies to say, how many sites do you need? How high do each of these sites need to be to meet those requirements? And so that's why the design came back, hey, you need a 150-foot tower at this location. You need a different height at different locations based on topography. And that's where the design came together and proposed to the city and the county. And that's how we got here.
Was there like a master plan that was submitted to the city that because I don't remember, I was on the planning commission before this and council for a little while. Was there a master plan that said, hey, we're going to put antennas here, we're going to add antenna there, replace? Was there a master? And this may be for staff, I don't know.
Again, thank you. Great question. There's not specifically a master plan. After we awarded the contract, what happens next is the detailed design review, where they look at potential sites. And in fact, some of the sites we've had to relocate because they weren't feasible early on. And as was suggested earlier, we tried to reuse sites that we already had facilities on. We figured that was a path of least resistance, as well as we have good coverage there. But initially, there isn't any grand master plan of knowing what sites and where we're going to put equipment. It kind of evolves over time as you go through the detailed design review. Once that was completed, then we started to go into the construction phase, which brought us to this point.
Yeah, can somebody talk about the appellant brought up a concern about some communities are putting those antennas 1,200 feet away from schools and residential housing. Can you comment on that at all?
I'm not aware of those studies, so I couldn't effectively comment on that.
Councilmember Coleman, just to reflect real quickly from the collective staff, Again, we have been aware of some of those standards in other communities, but don't have any data that substantiates a particular reason to adopt those standards.
Can staff comment on the the notice process for that we've used for this this project? I'm assuming it's on appeal from a planning commission. So was there proper notice? How was that done? Could you maybe talk about the whole appeal, not the whole appeal, but the whole notice process at the different stages?
Councilmember Coleman, there was a notice placed in the Bakersfield Californian prior to the 10 days to this hearing for this appeal to City Council. Also, the notice within the residents within the 300 feet were noticed per the municipal code. Sure. Same thing prior to the original hearing for the director's review. There were notices sent out for the tower 300 feet from the property. Just keep in mind there is a canal that separates this property from the residents. So when you look at the boundary, that would be a spear or around that property, and those would be the notice impacted or affected property owners. And those residents were given notice for each step in this process. This would be prior to the November 13th hearing. That would have been the first notice, and the appellant obviously got notice. He showed up to to that hearing. Same for the February 19th Planning Commission hearing, and then again for tonight's hearing.
Okay. And is signage required for this?
Councilmember Coleman, signage is not required for this type of a action. This is a zoning modification. It would be required for a CUP, a zone change, or a larger type of zoning project.
Okay. And then I want to go back to this issue of why not River Lake Park. And so I'm not clear on where that would go in River Lake Park. I mean, I saw a little dot on the map, but was there ever really any serious consideration of where we would put it in River Lake Park and how it would look and that kind of thing?
Yeah, and I'm going to look to our construction manager on this one. The tower would be behind, I believe, what is Sprouts and Bevmo, in between the commercial buildings and the Kern River Parkway Trail, and then just east of the amphitheater. You see here. I don't know, Gary, if you have more of a precise description.
Yeah, there's a maintenance facility behind the retail facility.
Please talk into the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
There's a maintenance facility behind that retail facility where the pin is. So it would be shared in that area to the east of the amphitheater.
And you talked about a project delay of 8 months. But can you talk a little bit more about what the impact of it would be of that 8-month delay?
The impacts would be that our system will continue to degrade. We have a lease with Chevron right now. They have graciously extended that lease for us with the expectation that we would be live at the end of 2027. So that because they want to have that tower and building that the building that we are in for our batteries and everything to be demolished. So they've already extended that once for us, about a year. And so the goal is to be off of our existing system by the end of 2027.
See, I'm really confused because we talk about building this on property the city owns, But we don't own the building that's there?
That particular tower is owned by Chevron. The building is owned by Chevron. That is the lease. That is a different site than this. There are multiple sites. Currently, there are 10 sites on our radio system. And that is one of the 10 sites that run our current system. The new system will have 6 sites covering just the city of Bakersfield. I believe the appellant said that it's going to cover county. These sites will not cover county. It is just a small part, phase 1, of a larger project. But these sites will only cover the city of Bakersfield.
All right, I'm confused about that, but I don't think that's really relevant to this discussion so much. But personally, I'd like to see some more work done on an alternative site at River Lakes. Maybe some kind of renderings and what the feasibility of moving that in River Lakes Park. I'm not keen on putting it in the middle of the park, necessarily. I don't want to put it in the amphitheater. But if there's some place along there, in the parking lot behind Sprouts, I don't know how that would look. And I think that I would like to be able to drive by there and take a look at it myself, and maybe some of the other council members would like to consider it as well. So I'd like to make a recommendation that we postpone this for staff to maybe come back with some more information about putting it in River Lakes Park, a better budget, because I think it'll cost more than $300,000 to move it over there, to be honest with you. But if that's truly the number, I'd like to see that. I think it just requires more investigation before we often put it in there. I don't know that an 8-month delay, the Chevron thing, what are they going to do? They're going to tear it down if we don't move out there by 27th? They're going to tear all their stuff off the antenna?
That we would have to reach out to them. We would rely on our property management.
Yeah, I think we'd rely on the relationship with Chevron and get some extension of time to meet our needs. So that would be my recommendation.
Councilmember Coleman, are you referring to the park at Riverwalk?
I'm talking to me that whatever it is behind the building. Am I calling it something else?
Yes.
I always do that. I always call it
That's okay. That's
River
all right.
Lakes and yeah, okay. So behind Sprouts, whatever that is right there.
Yes.
So that would be my recommendation. So.
Madam City Attorney, would you like to make some comments?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Coleman, if you could refer it to a specific date, that would be beneficial. I'm looking at my calendar, and I think to give staff until August the 5th would help. There's only one meeting in July 15th. But if you could continue it to a specific date, that would be beneficial.
Is August 5th substantial enough for staff to be able to reply knowledgeably? Knowledgeably, is that a word? Yeah. Sorry.
Yes, council member.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I think the answer is yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Councilmember.
Okay, I can't look and listen at the same time.
So a motion to continue for council direction and action to August the 5th is the motion by Councilmember Coleman.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. So the question then for staff to answer is the alternative site and whether or not that's actually viable, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Gonzalez, that I think would be one component of it. I'd like to look at the packet that was submitted by the appellant and make sure that all of those issues are properly addressed for the council and the community.
Okay.
And anything else you think is relevant.
Yeah, well, one of the requests I had was someone provided us renderings of the actual 150-foot tower, and it looked really disproportionate to the 80-foot tower. And I just wondered if staff might be able to provide some renderings to council so that we can get a better sense of what the actual visual impact is.
To scale, I would imagine.
To scale, yeah.
Thank you.
And in relation to the existing structure.
Mr. Clark?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And, I just want to say, someone asked a question about concerns for children's safety and can we sleep at night with that? And my answer is no, I can't. There are many nights where I am sleepless thinking about the safety of our public and our community and our neighborhoods. And there are many issues that impact the safety of our community. And in fact, that's why we are making such an investment. That's why this system is so important, is so that we can enhance public safety for all of our constituents throughout the community. I reflect on 9/11, and one of the issues in that horrible tragedy was that our radio systems for our first responders were failing. And many of our first responders were not able to communicate with one another. And so I really shudder at the thought to think about an incident in Bakersfield, God forbid, but a real crisis where all of our first responders are asked to protect our community, to protect our children and families, and where our infrastructure, our technology is not reliable and is undermining the ability to deliver quality public services. And so I think we need to move on this post haste. We need to figure this out. I respect Councilmember Coleman's request to defer this to August 5th, and I'll support that. But I do believe that the council needs to make a decision as quickly as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Coleman, for the additional questions. I had the same question as Councilmember Gonzalez. When this item comes back, can we see some renderings that would show kind of comparing current to proposed, no matter the location, no matter if it's Riverwalk or in this proposed location? Those would be very helpful to see as visuals. And if the tower will look exactly as is now, like structurally, aesthetically, colors, that sort of thing, like what can we have that rendering mimic as closely as possible what this new tower could look like? There was a question about, well, Councilmember Coleman asked how site evaluation works. I think what's helpful usually is these are the sites that were eliminated, they didn't work. I understand that this is a current site and we're just moving it slightly, but if there was something beyond even the Riverwalk site, if that was a part of the conversation, since we're not privy to that, it would be helpful just to see that in the list form. There was a comment made about trees being taken out to put this new tower in. Is that true, or is that something that can be answered?
That is accurate at the current proposed location, although there are other tree planting mitigations for that.
Okay. It was mentioned that this, one of the asks was that this be placed in a non-residential parcel. Is this considered a residential parcel, or is it? I thought it was a Chevron property. Or Mr. Burns.
Council Recorder, this is a residential zone property. It has a land use of public facilities.
Okay, public facilities. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. I don't see any other requests. So you have a motion to continue the item to August 5th for council direction and action. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Smith absent.
Thank you. And next item, please.
Council and mayor statements. Oh, I apologize. I went a little too far, Mayor. Fiscal year 2026-27 city budget.
Before we get into this, if there's anyone in the public who wishes not to stay for this, although you are welcomed, this would be a good time to leave. But not staff. Right, you can go shake hands outside if you'd like to do that. And with the last person out, just please close the door. Mr. Clegg?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I do recommend that we address the budget tonight as our last item. This item, again, is a quick reminder. We have had multiple workshops on our budget this year. We had our first workshop actually in March of this year. Through April, we had our town hall meetings and our Public Safety Vital Services Tax Oversight Committee meetings. We had two long workshops with your council in May, and then first reading of this budget item at your last council meeting. And so this is just for the public record to reflect, again, the total recommended proposed budget is $926 million for this coming year. I would reflect that the conversation at our last meeting was that there was several comments around some of those optional additional capital improvement items that the direction coming out of the final budget workshop was to create a contingency for future consideration of optional capital improvement projects. I sensed council interest in reviewing some of those options at this meeting. And so, for example, the spay and neuter services, as well as the urban canopy expansion, were two items that were on your optional list that aren't appropriated currently in the proposed budget, but your council could include in a budget motion tonight to make some adjustments from this list of optional. This is the general fund optional items. And then there were also some optional items that were in the PSVS capital fund. And those two funds combined were just short of $5 million. But your council, again, does not need to take action on all of that. In fact, I think it was wise to make a determination to put some of that in a contingency for future consideration. But if there's a few of those items tonight, those could be included, but it would, again, require a specific motion. And then the other item that was a particular point of discussion was whether or not to put the fire rescue back into the budget. As it currently is proposed in front of you for adoption, does not include the fire rescue. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions on your budget.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. I know we've talked about this a number of times, but just always want to, take a step back and reflect on the process, and just want to give kudos to staff for, putting this together in a rather tough financial, economic year. It hasn't been easy. There have been many tough decisions that have been made throughout the process, and even long before the adoption of this budget. Times are tough. Families feel it, neighborhoods are feeling it. We at the city too are feeling it, and I think that I just want to give kudos to Randy, City Manager Clegg for getting creative and figuring out ways to be able to continue to deliver on the services for the community. So thank you. Also want to give kudos to both my colleagues and staff for hosting several town halls throughout the community. I think it's a step in the right direction to try and garner feedback. There's always room to improve those processes, and I think we could have done perhaps a better job at doing that outreach. But I think the fact that we are starting to engage the public in community spaces that are in their neighborhoods, I think is a meaningful step in the right direction. With regard to the budget, and specifically the capital outlay projects, I just had 2 points of clarification when it comes to, I believe it's slide 4, the PSVS fund capital outlay projects. There are 2 line items that are really important to my district, and I'm looking for them now. Maybe it's not there, actually. But the PARI account,
That, Councilmember Arias, if I may, the PARI account, is it part of the recommended CIPs? So it's not in the additional list.
Okay. Okay, so PARI is already in there, and then, sorry, it was the citywide traffic calming improvements. I just wanted to clarify that that is in addition to a set-aside that's already baked into the budget. Is that correct?
I appreciate the question, Councilmember, because it's important clarification. We have some dollars that we've carried forward from a prior fiscal year, but there are not other capital outlay dollars baked in for citywide traffic calming. No, it is not in the proposed budget.
It is not in the proposed budget. Okay. And then the park access improvements, I think that's where I was a little bit confused. That is separate and distinct from PARI?
It is, and I would reflect that we've made access improvements, meaning we've improved sidewalks and parking lots to make our parks more accessible to the broader public. But we've been able to do 2 rounds of that, and so I think it's appropriate that this was on an optional list for this coming year, that it could help, again, just make it easier to get into our parks, but we've made a lot of other progress in our areas that had the most access needs have been addressed.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate those responses. I think generally speaking, this is a well-balanced budget. I just wanted to add that I think it'd be important for us to make the additional 100,000 based on conversation for the spay and neuter services. We know that we could always do more on that front, and I'm excited to support that addition to the recommended budget. The second piece is I know that you have made a recommendation of $200,000 in addition for tree planting and urban canopy expansion. I think based on the feedback that we've heard over the past several months, is that we could be doing certainly more. So I would ask that we actually increase that to $500,000 at $500,000. And I know that per Councilmember Gonzalez's referral several months ago, I would agree with him that we really do need to figure out a way to be able to fund the fire rescue and save that from a potential cut. And so my preference, I'm curious to know what my colleagues think, but my preference would be to utilize the contingency funds for this fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
I really, the last meeting, Councilman Gonzalez, you actually brought up a good point about holding off just in light of our budget being the way it is and really holding off on a lot of this stuff. And I really appreciated that. I think that it took us a year to realize the spot we were in. I think that last year we made it, that being said, I know that last year we made an agreement to fund the spay and neuter services. But that saves the taxpayer so much money. It really does. And people don't realize having litters abandoned and wild animals all over our streets and our community is very expensive to clean up and to maintain. And they've done a really good service to our community. And so I appreciate that. I think that saves us money on here. I think that there are other grant opportunities for areas of Bakersfield that the city doesn't own property that need major trees to be put into them that we could pursue. I don't know if it necessarily needs to come from the general fund, but I was in agreement when you, Mr. Gonzalez, sorry, when you brought that up last time, that I think we definitely hold off and we hold it tight, but I definitely think that we save money where we can in helping our animals to be fixed and not continue to overpopulate and create even more budget expenses for us down the road.
Thank you, Councilmember Bashir Tosh. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to provide some context here, reading the news, there are many, many cities in the state of California and across the country that are facing huge, significant deficits and are having to, as a result, lay off employees. And so the fact that this council is not in that particular situation this year, that's a good thing. Yes, budgets are tight. Yes, we had to make significant cuts. But I think it's important for us not to be stuck in the Bakersfield bubble and understand the economic realities of of the state and the country, and realize what many of our other colleagues up and down the state are facing, the real tough challenges they're facing in this current fiscal year, in this upcoming fiscal year. But I do think it's wise for us to hold off on making decisions related to many of our capital projects. Thank you, Councilmember Bashir Tosh, for those comments. And obviously, there are some more pressing issues that I think we ought to address. I mean, number one, this fire rescue. This fire rescue speaks to public safety. And we heard from the chief at the last council meeting the number of calls for service and how this allows for our fire department to add capacity and to address critical life safety issues that many of our families and community members are experiencing every day. I think it is short-sighted for us to make this cut, and I do believe that we ought to preserve it in this budget. And so I'm going to continue to press for that, and I appreciate Councilmember Arias's recommendation to use contingency funds. I think that's why we have those dollars, and we ought to pursue that expenditure for this year. But also, we need to look for additional revenue sources. And I know that there are services that our fire department can provide, where many other departments throughout the state are providing and are able to recoup some of those costs and some of those expenditures. Mr. Clegg, would you care to kind of describe some of those services?
Councilmember Gonzalez, Mayor and Council, you will also remember that a couple years ago we implemented a new recovery fee that was related to fire services for vehicle accidents. That is one example, and we did start to pursue that to build up our ability to do cost recovery. There are a couple of other examples like that. Some cities have other cost recovery fees for falls and individuals who are being requested to be picked up from falls. From some actually have even some structure fire recovery fees. There are a number of those type of sort of user fees or cost recovery fees. In addition, there are an increasing number of municipalities that are starting to look at changing the service delivery model for medical services and fire services as a whole. Historically, fire departments were built for fire suppression principally. As we've been able to make advancements in building codes and education and prevention, a larger percentage of our calls for service are medical aid calls and not structure fire calls. And so some cities are looking at how do you adjust your service delivery model to include some dedicated resources for those medical calls, but also seek cost recovery from some of those medical calls, even including some medical services rendered or transport for individuals who need to go to care facilities, hospitals that have been transported by municipalities. And currently, we're in an environment where sometimes there isn't the greatest efficiency in our service delivery model, and it's a large consideration to take a look at that. But that is another area beyond just cost recovery fees that we could charge to look at our total cost recovery model to include both those aspects.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. I don't want to continue this conversation tonight, but I do want to make a referral that we continue to analyze this topic, particularly as it relates to medical transport. And as it relates to calls that we are already responding to, medical aid calls, and look towards a more comprehensive model so we can, number one, better deliver services to our constituents, and then also, number two, that we can sustain these services over time. And so thank you for that. I also agree with the spay and neuter stuff. I mean, the crisis is a stubborn one in this region. It's gone on for far too long. There are many people who have been on the front lines of this issue, rescuing animals for years now. And I have the utmost respect for everyone who's out there every day And I think that this is the least that we can do. Probably the most we can afford right now, but certainly we could do more. And I'm glad that the city adopted a spay and neuter ordinance a few years ago, but certainly it doesn't mean much if people can't afford to actually spay and neuter their animals. So we need to make sure that we can include this in the budget. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Clegg. So these options here, then, how do we actually fund these options?
Thank you, Council Member. As I noted earlier, we have around $13 million in capital outlay in total, capital outlay and capital improvement program dollars. We've allocated portions of those to recommended projects that are already included in the recommended CIP. But there's about just less than $5 million of capital outlay that has not been designated. Okay. And so my recommendation would be that if you're going to designate a couple of these items, that it come from that contingency of just less than $5 million from capital outlay that we set aside.
All right. Well, just for the sake of getting the ball rolling and getting us towards action, I'd like to propose adoption of the fiscal year budget with the inclusion of the spay and neuter services and also the rescue apparatus.
Thank you. And moving on to Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. This is to Mr. Clegg. Can you talk a little bit about what we've done in terms of expense reduction in this last, just kind of refresh our mind on that matter?
It's a great point, Councilmember Coleman. I should have reflected on that in my summary earlier, that in order to bring you this balanced budget, we reduced departmental operational spending at just under $10 million. We also had several $1 million of citywide, budget adjustments or reductions that we started actually at mid-year of last year. Mid-year of this year. And then also brought forward that 5% operational reduction from all of our departments. And so your budget is about $13 million of reductions, but we also saw $20 million of cost escalations for non-discretionary expenses that is one of the reasons that we needed to go through that exercise. And so as another reminder, we shared with your council a year ago that we saw this trend coming, that we were spending some of our fund balance, one-time balance, to balance the budget, and that over a 5-year period we would need to reduce that reliance on one-time monies for ongoing expenses to ensure that we can have a structurally balanced budget. And so we did complete our first year of that reductions, and we anticipate next year doing that again. And so for better or worse, this year we eliminated the 73 positions. We had the hiring freeze this last year. And I will agree with Councilmember Gonzalez's comments that it was wise to forecast that 5-year forecast and see where we were headed, and create a plan that gives us the time to make those restructurings wisely and find some efficiencies and innovations along the way, as well as some of those just hard decisions of restructuring, and stay ahead of that issue, as opposed to finding ourselves in just a really bad spot where there's even harder layoffs. So with those reductions, we did bring you that balanced budget that again continues to focus on higher priorities and minimizing the service level impacts to our also community priorities. But we did have to make those reductions.
Okay, thank you. So what you said is that you reduced expenses by $13 million, but our overall cost escalated by $20 million.
That is correct.
So there's a $7 million spread there.
That is correct. Although we did have some revenue increase as well, but it didn't make up for the full $20 million. And Maybe Mr. McKeegan can remind me, but our revenue increase was around $5 million.
Good evening, Council. Randy McKeegan, Finance Director. So the general fund revenue actually increased after our updated numbers was closer to $8 million. But to say that's going to continue into next year is a challenge. So, but yeah, it initially projected out at 5, but it moved up to 8 when we got updated sales tax revenue.
All right, so if our expenses, if we made 13 million in cuts, but our other costs escalated 20 million, that's 7 million, but you have 8 million more revenue, so we're still ahead $1 million. Okay.
I would not. I wouldn't want to
get after is how these changes that Councilmember Gonzalez and Councilmember Arias propose, how it affects the overall budget. And it looks like it adds about $1.6 million to the budget, but
Yes.
we're ahead $1 million. So does that mean?
Yeah, I think that.
That bad math?
That might not be oversimplifying it a little bit, because we did project certain, when we enumerated costs to council, we looked at about $20 million. It was specific items, pensions, salaries, insurance, those types of things, equipment costs, but that wasn't the only increases. It was really, it would be better for me to do is actually give you a full analysis with an actual of a comparison of what the final budget looks like with the revenues and expenditures, and we don't have that prepared, but I can give that to council just to show you.
I don't need the exact numbers.
But beyond, to your question, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but to your question, the $1.6 million would have to come out of contingency, and if those are going to be ongoing costs, specifically the rescue costs are an ongoing cost. It begs the question of what's the next round going to look like. And so
that's the point I was trying to get to, is that we can justify these things, but it sounds like we made a good start this year with the reducing expenses and trying to get control of some of these things, and we took the low-hanging fruit. All right, just didn't fill some positions, and we made it all work. But in order to meet that long-term goal, we're going to have to start making tougher decisions going forward. So if it's not these things, then what things are we willing to give up in the future? Councilmember Weir talked about, the growing budget, and we need to stop spending. And, to some degree that's true, and we're trying to do that. We're cutting expenses here, but we're spending it over there. So the only thing I'll ask council members is, if we're not going to cut these things, then what things are we going to cut? Because you heard people come in here today. They talked about the animals, the trees, the water. So it's just all these things that people want, and it's our duty to provide those to the degree we can. But we have this relatively flat revenues with increasing expenses, so we need to keep making cuts in the future. I'm looking at Michael Turnipseed's note here that he brought us, and he's dead on about all these, except maybe the first one about the first one. I don't know. I'm not going to get into it, but that the fact that the budget doesn't address some of these important things that we've been talking about, and I think we know this, but we need to continue to work on these items. So I guess in order to be succinct and move on, I would say that we're going to need to have some more aggressive conversations this year as council about what things we're willing to cut, and the department heads are really going to have to dig deep and and really think about how we deliver the services that we deliver, what services that are better done by other people, and how we can cut expenses. So I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my council colleagues for your input, but most importantly, thank you to our residents and our constituents for coming out week after week through the budget process and being actively involved and avidly participating. I also wanted to thank the folks that are advocating for spay and neuter services. My dog will often come to council meetings with me, and she goes to a doggy daycare that is near where you all provide services. And the line that forms before you all are even open is really incredible to see. And it just goes to show that our community is sorely missing this service. And where government can't fully meet the community, organizations as yourself do, and it brings us along. So thank you for calling us into this process. And it truly helps. And you know, for the first time in I think my conscious adult life of being involved in budgeting processes, city manager and I had conversations about how do we take City Hall to the public. And so we had budget hearings and meetings in each ward. But we can, of course, do better. We want the public to be involved and give us input early on. And even just 2 weeks ago, we received really fruitful and informative feedback. And while our budgeting process can improve, while where we're spending money, investing money can come closer to how our residents would like it to be spent, we do count on you all to bring us along and call us in the ways that you have so that we can meet you and bring City Hall to you. That is our job as the stewards of the city. And while all expenditures and all spending is not perfect, and we'd like to invest much more in beautifying our city, keeping our residents housed, and making sure that the city is a place where people live and thrive and don't just survive. And that is the goal of this dais, and we approach it in different ways, and I think that's the beauty of a democracy. And while we are the stewards of this city, you know, the council works for the people, and so our budget should reflect that. Our budget should reflect spending that meets people's needs. And I'm taking into account the recommendations from my council colleagues as well. And our job is to make sure that we can provide transparency, integrity, and steadfast support to our residents through the services that we fund. You know, for our advocates who've stuck around for as long as we have and have been here every week, I want to thank our advocates who are making sure that we literally plant seeds for the future, for tomorrow. We may not see the fruits of those trees, but at some point, many years from now, someone's going to say, I'm really glad that they came to every single city council meeting and that their council was responsive and investing. And people will ask, when did the city of Bakersfield change from feeling 135 degrees on a sidewalk to maybe feeling 95 degrees? And even that's a huge difference. Planting trees is truly a quality of life issue. It's a public health issue. It is a social determinant of our health. And as so many folks have pointed out, that investment being made in parts of our city where maybe a percentage is hard to imagine, but like parts of Ward 1, Ward 7, Ward 2 even less than 1% is covered in trees. And so we've got a lot of work to do there, and I'm glad we can start with this budget cycle. And with that, I know Councilmember Gonzalez made a motion. I want to complete that motion today. And as the city of Bakersfield passes its 2026-2027 budget, I'd like to make a motion to add 500, making our total investment in the tree planting and urban canopy expansion to total out to $500,000, $500,000 investment, as well as to our spay and neuter services, $100,000, and to our fire rescue apparatus, $900,000. So my motion is to pass our 2026-2027 budget with those three additions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other requests for comment? Seeing none, you have a motion. Please cast your votes. hit your button. Tech Services, Councilmember Weir's screen.
Mayor, I can
You can do
conduct
a
roll call
yeah,
vote.
that would be good.
Vice Mayor Core,
Yes.
Councilmember Arias,
Aye.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Weir,
No.
Councilmember Smith is absent, Councilmember Coman,
Yes.
Councilmember Bashirtosh.
Yes.
Motion is approved with Councilmember Weir voting no and Councilmember Smith absent.
Thank you. And I just want to thank SOS Dog Rescue, Robbie Miller. Thank you so much for your investment this past year that helped move us along. And to all of you with our animal advocates, thank you so much. And to our tree people also. We're not quite finished yet. Oh, he has to go. Okay. Next item, please.
Getting an MRI at 9:30 for the
Oh,
record.
all right, that is
on my broken
important.
foot.
Feel better, Councilmember Bashir Tash.
Godspeed.
Council and Mayor's statements.
9:30. Wow. All right. Request for Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. Earlier tonight, we heard from a mother with big hopes for her children and for all children and for all mothers in our community. Ms. Brambley, I thank you so much for being here tonight. And she, for the benefit of the public, provided a sample resolution for this council to consider. And I read it during the break, and I thought it was wonderfully written, and I thought it was very thoughtful. And I think it's an incredible resource, an important resource for all of our families. And so I will be happy to make the referral tonight that we consider this resolution at a future upcoming council meeting. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Other requests? We're about to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday, and we have celebrations coming up at the park at Riverwalk on July 3rd, and I will have a proclamation celebrating that milestone event. And seeing no other requests to speak, we're adjourned at 9:05.